Okay, everybody ready? Everybody on that end? Everybody ready? All right. It is now 6:30. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Meeting of the Lawndale City Council as well as the Lawndale Public Financing Authority. Regular meeting. Let's have the roll call from Madam City Clerk.
Okay, good evening. Mayor Pro Tem Suarez.
Here.
Councilmember Kearney.
Here.
Councilmember Hoffman-Gorman.
Here.
Councilmember Suarez. Did I say Suarez? I'm sorry. Councilmember Cuevas.
Here.
Mayor Pullen Miles.
Here.
All members are present, and Member Suarez is doubly present.
All right. Okay, next item on the agenda is our ceremonial portion. I'm going to ask Pastor Dwight Dooley from Calvary Chapel, South Bay. He's going to lead us in a word of inspiration. Yeah, we're going to do flag salute first. Mayor Pro Tem, she's going to lead us in the flag salute, if you don't mind.
Face the flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing.
The word of the Lord, but speaking the truth in love, may grow up all things into him who is head, from whom the whole body joined and knitted together, that by every joint that supplies according to the effective working by which every part does its share, cause growth of the body and edifying itself in love. Father, we just thank you for this awesome city, the city of Lawndale. Father, the work that they're doing as council, Mayor Miles and Pro Tem Mayor Bernadette, and Lord, the council members, as they tonight have a full agenda. Father, we just pray that you give them great wisdom, understanding that all things will work together. And for this city, that they love you and they want to provide the very best they can for those that reside here in Lawndale. So we pray for the moving of the Spirit and the hearts grow close together for these that are living here, and that they will be blessed. That is the desire of this council, that this city be a city that is an example for all others. So, Father, you lead them, you direct them, you show them, and bless this council. Give them wisdom in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank
Thanks,
you, Pastor,
guys.
for being here tonight. Okay, next on our agenda is our public safety report. Let's hear from our captain, Captain Palomino. Give the report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, esteemed members of the City Council, and members of the community. I'm Nicole Palomino, the captain of South Los Angeles Station, and I will be presenting the public safety report for August 20th through September 16th. And I will begin by discussing our notable arrests and investigations. So to begin, on August 21st at approximately 7:40 p.m., Deputies Santana and Dominguez conducted a patrol check at 154th Street and Hawthorne Boulevard and contacted 3 individuals who were fixing their bicycles on the sidewalk. The deputies conducted a consensual search of the individuals and recovered a glass narcotics pipe, several baggies of crystal methamphetamine, and a baggie of rock cocaine. 2 of the individuals were arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of narcotics for sales, and possession of a controlled substance. They were not residents of Lawndale. Then on August 21st at approximately 9:30 p.m., Deputy Cano responded to 15300 Hawthorne Boulevard regarding a robbery just occurred call for service. Deputy Cano contacted the victim and learned that 2 individuals stole money and 8 nitrous oxide tanks from the store and fled the scene in a vehicle. The victim provided Deputy Cano with the license plate number of the vehicle, as well as video footage captured by his surveillance cameras. Later that evening, Deputy Cano located the vehicle and conducted a felony traffic stop. He detained the 2 occupants and located 8 stolen nitrous oxide tanks inside the vehicle. One of the occupants was arrested for robbery, and the other was released at the scene. The robbery suspect was not a resident of Lawndale. And then regarding our traffic-related incidents, approximately 25 citations were issued during the reporting period for various vehicle code violations, such as failure to stop at a stop sign, failure to stop at a red traffic light, and speeding. And then on September 9th, deputies conducted DUI saturation patrol in the city of Lawndale. 1 person was arrested for driving a vehicle while intoxicated, and 3 citations were issued for various violations. And then lastly, our next neighborhood watch meeting is scheduled for October 16th at 6 p.m. at the Harold Hoffman Community Center. Everyone from the community is invited and encouraged to attend. This concludes my report, and I would be happy to answer any questions the council might have.
Okay, thank you for that report. Let's hear from Bernadette Suarez.
Thank you. Hi, Captain. So I had some questions about best practices and processes, just so I can kind of understand some things. Say a resident sees a business that's selling illegal products, such as illegal drugs, and they call it into the city, and this, staff takes it down. What should that staff member do with that information?
So any information regarding illegal narcotics activities should be reported to us. And then we can take that information and investigate further and check the validity of the information as well.
So why should it be reported to the sheriffs, though? Why can't, say, for instance, if someone calls me, I go investigate it myself? Why should it come to the sheriff's department?
Well, there's a couple reasons for that. Number one, we have numerous resources to attend to such an allegation. And number two, we have specific training to deal with that. And we also have arresting powers as well.
Arresting powers as well. So if I were to go, why couldn't I just go and say, can I buy this? And then take a video of it and then send it to you. And that way you would have the information that's showing that they are actually doing it. Why couldn't I do that?
Number one, that's very unsafe. And number two, I would strongly discourage you from committing a crime to show me that there is crime going on somewhere.
Okay. Were you aware that on August 21st, the city manager authorized an employee to purchase illegal drugs at a place of business in the city of Lawndale? Was that coordinated through your office?
That was not coordinated through the sheriff's department, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Hoffman Gorman.
Hi. Hi, Captain. I'm happy that you're here tonight.
Thank you.
I want to do a little bit of bragging because in the city of Lawndale, I've seen quite an increase of sheriff's department being on our street. And it's been the changes within the force and how we are being listened to as a city has changed in the last year. And attending an event here recently with a few of our officers, I learned something, and I'd like to share it not just with those that are here present tonight, but also with the residents. And that is, ladies and gentlemen, this captain that is standing in front of you has just scored outstanding 5.0 among her deputies at her station. This has not been an easy year for her. She has worked tirelessly at turning things around, and I am so excited about it that I would like to read to you what someone had written in, because I think it speaks volumes. Captain Nicole Palomino, 5.0, outstanding captain. Firm but fair, selfless, hard-working captain who has a deep respect for the station's history and tradition. Captain Palomino will stick her neck out for her deputies. Finally, a captain who is not faking her support, has an open line of communication between herself and the line, gives deputies the motivation to to go out and do their work. Captain Palomino was exactly what South Los Angeles Station needed. She cares deeply for all deputies that work at the station, and she supports proactive police work. Recommendations: continue supporting our proactive approach. Thank you. Keep on allowing the line to work without being on eggshells. I just want to tell you how much you're appreciated. I know that the hours that you're putting in are tireless, but your community that you're serving is incredibly grateful. And I see that when we're at Neighborhood Watch, they're seeing the difference that your impact is making. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very humbled by your comments and your words. And I will tell you, I will always take this and strive to be better. I know that there's going to be more work to be done, but that's okay. We're going to do this together as a team, and I just look forward to the future. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I would like to add, can you help me, Lieutenant, how many people actually got 5.0? One person within the Sheriff's Department, and we're fortunate enough to have her. So, there you go.
Excellent. I got one last question for you,
Yes, sir.
Captain. Can you give me a little information about, the DUI checkpoints? How often do we conduct such a checkpoints? I know we do it from time to time, but how often?
So it depends on when we get funding for the operation. Typically, from what I've seen, it's every couple months or every 3 months, so it just has to do with funding.
So these are like JAG fundings or special funding from the state?
That's correct.
The state government, okay. Okay.
I would like to do more if we had more deputies and more funding.
Absolutely. Okay, with that, thank you for
Thank you.
great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's hear from our Los Angeles County Fire Department Assistant Fire Chief Brian Kane.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Acting Assistant Chief Fire Brian Kane, Los Angeles County Fire Department, for your public safety report for the month of August. Month of August, we had 215 total responses. 211 of those were EMS in nature, requiring emergency medical services. 173 of those 211 were ALS in nature, requiring advanced life-saving measures by our paramedics in the field. There was 2 fire responses. One turned out to be just a steam leak, an excessive steam leak, and one was a trash/vegetation fire on Mansell near the freeway, which was also involving a person that was experiencing homelessness. And we had 7 responses for our APRU unit in the month of August for the citizens within Lawndale. And that is the end of my statistical report for August, unless there's any further questions from the council.
Okay, any additional questions?
I'd just like to say thank you, and I appreciate those 7.
Yes.
Tony Maroney, he hears from me quite often on that. I'm excited about that number so that we keep the numbers in our emergency rooms down.
Yes,
Thank you.
for sure.
Thank you, Assistant Fire Chief.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Have a
you.
Good evening.
Okay, now we're on oral communications. This is when you have the opportunity to speak to this body on items that are not on the agenda. If you would like to speak to either the Lawndale City Council or the Lawndale Public Finance Authority, you may do so at this time. We ask that you line up by the flag. When it becomes your turn, when you come to the podium, if you would start with your name first. At about 2.5 minutes, the amber light will come on to give you the signal to start wrapping things up. You don't have to wait for your name to be called. Just simply approach the podium once the person in front of you has concluded. Let's have our first speaker. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're next. I didn't mean to be first. Okay, you're first. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you all for giving us a chance to be here tonight. It was just serendipity that we needed you tonight. And I also want to thank that beautiful prayer, because that means everything to me. I feel the love in Lawndale. I'm a Hermosa Beach city resident, and I've I've gone to fuss at them many times for not showing brotherly love. And I've seen it here, and I appreciate it. And I just want to say, as a realtor, that some things have come to my attention, that there's been some change. For a while, the city had, let's just go after everything, and then after a while, it was, let's just make sure the garages are in compliance, and then it's gone back and forth. And I know that when you all make these big decisions, if you work with the community, that we can have that brotherly love and make this possible. I also want to say Lawndale has been discovered. There was a huge change in the past history of Lawndale that made some people not want to buy here, but now it is like almost a first choice for young couples trying to buy their first house. Because it's under $1 million. There are a lot of wonderful local people I've met who've lived in the community for years, and they can't afford to buy. But the ones that are coming in are first-time buyers, young people with good jobs. I have a disabled veteran client who's working at SpaceX, and he has become like a son to me. When he tried to buy this house, because my dad, my brother, and husband are all veterans, and the last two, my brother and husband, Vietnam veterans, my heart is grateful that I didn't have to serve. But let me say that this young man means everything to me. He's like a son. And I'm going to do everything I can to help him through what is a difficult challenge. He's being met with plumbing permit from 2013. There was a new sink and a new toilet put in the bathroom. We're talking about a bathroom no bigger than a minute. You can wash your hands and go to the bathroom at the same time. It's just tiny. This is a small 950 square foot home. There were a lot of things that were happened over the 5 sales, 2002, 2005, 2014, 2022. And now he's found a buyer. Oops, my time's up. Thank you so much. They are listening to us. They are working with us, and my prayers are answered.
And give us your name for the
Thank
record.
you.
Give us your name for the
I'm
record.
Lynn Pope.
Lynn
Thank
Pope.
you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pope. Leanne. Yes, sir.
So my name is Sandro. I'm a resident of Lawndale, and what I want to speak about is some concerns that I have about recent events that have taken place at Rudolph Park, right there on Larch and 149th. Before I address that, though, I do want to kind of commend you guys for that park. I think that's one of the best things Lawndale did for the community. It's been a hit. Everybody loves that little park. But the problem is it's also starting to get noticed by a lot of people. So it seems like there's a lot of people coming in from out of the city, which is fine. I mean, we're not exclusive, but there's a certain element that's starting to be there. And when I say a certain element, I'm not speaking derogatory, but I'm speaking as somebody who was a member of that element because I was an ex-gang member. And now I'm starting to see that element starting to gather there, and so I've seen people drink, and so now what used to be a benefit for the community is starting to become an issue. And one of the things that I see is that there's no staff there on site to keep that, to keep vigilance of that or oversight of that. And just recently, just on Sunday, we had an issue where there was this man there that was there with his dog. Dog was off of a leash. The dog was approaching kids and scaring kids, and also approaching other people that were walking with their dogs on their leash. And so somebody confronted him. This woman confronted him about it. Then he threatened to hit her, and it just became an issue. And I just think these issues would be addressed if somebody was out on site. And I'm not sure why nobody's that park is not being staffed, but I think that park should be staffed, and somebody should keep an eye on that because it's like I said, it's a gem in the community, and we want to keep it that way. pretty much want to address.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to remind everyone, when you come up to the dais, there are people that are listening at home. If you would speak directly into the microphone, then they can hear. They're having problems at home hearing.
Thank you for that. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Grace. Was actually raised in Lawndale since I was 3 years old, so I know and have seen how it's Lawndale is changing and not like in a good way. I'm the person that was at the park that my husband was talking about. The dog charged at me and my dog, and when I told the man to please put his dog on a leash, he threatened me. And at that point, I just wanted to leave the park because I was concerned for my dog's safety as well. The other lady started telling him to put the dog on the leash, and he didn't do it. Instead, he got aggressive with the other lady as well. I called the cops, and the cops didn't show up till hours later. I'm the one that goes to that park every day, walks around. I love that park. I appreciate that park. I know there's other small parks around in the city of Lawndale, but I feel like our park has been targeted, and now I'm concerned about my safety and the safety of our neighbors because of the type of people that are coming. I'm concerned of the crime going up. Now I'm concerned that last night I couldn't sleep because I saw a car pass by with the same individuals that were at the park, that they come in with truckloads with they have big tents, they have extra chairs, tables, a generator. They're smoking drugs in there, they're drinking. I have videos, and I know there's cameras so you guys can see what's going on. It's like every Saturday, this is happening every Saturday. So I would appreciate and feel safe if there was a staff member there. It would really mean a lot to me and to my neighbors, because I know my neighbors, some of them are here because we are concerned about crime going up and our safety. So I would totally appreciate if you guys would consider hiring staff to be in that park. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrew Blackney. I'm a resident of Lawndale here. So I've been coming to these city council meetings and trying to do my best to interact with the city. I'm one of those newlyweds that bought one of the houses here that really wants to make this city a home. And part of doing that is being involved, being engaged in the city for me. And since I've started coming here, I've heard a lot of currents and undertones of issues within the city, things that, I was like, okay, I haven't experienced this. It's not been something that I've directly seen, so I don't want to give it too much light of day. But I've heard a lot of issues with the way that the city is being run, the way that the city manager is doing things, and it really has gotten to me, and I've heard enough to be able to say, call a spade, and it really got to me when I heard that there was someone that was trying to engage in political activities on their own terms, on outside of their work. They work for the city, and they, in my opinion, were threatened and told, you can't be doing that because you work for the city, and it would look as if you are as the city's favoring someone. This is on their personal time. This is not part of their job. They're doing this as a favor to someone, and that just got to me, and I think that it really bothers me. And so the fact also that a director of a department here has written a letter talking about the issues they've had working with this person, and that the city council hasn't addressed it with that has really bothered me as well. And that putting those two things together, to me, it's a lot, and I think that the city needs to address that and needs to do something about that. So I hope that my words won't fall on deaf ears, but I really appreciate you taking the time to listen to me today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I am a resident of Lawndale. My family and I have lived in our quaint, cute little town for over 40 years. We cherish our little piece of the South Bay. However, the last 8 to 10 years, our city, frankly, has gone downhill. Before I continue, I'd like to mention that I am not standing here as an individual. I speak for many people who didn't want to be here or named for fear of retaliation or scrutiny. I came here this evening to express our lack of trust and enthusiasm for the way things have been handled by the City of Lawndale. Everyone seated here today behind me works hard to earn a living and pay taxes to this city for our schools, parks, roads, and your salaries. Meanwhile, our tax dollars are not working for us, and this lady is a perfect example of a security issue. It's concerning that many amenities and resources have been pulled back by our lack of funds. However, sitting before me are some very high earners who have recently received salary increases while things in our city are lacking. Perfect example is the parks have little to no rec leaders or supervision, so our children are no longer safe and can enjoy those freely. Graffiti is rampant. Processes are slow and difficult, and like a previous speaker, I also work in real estate. I work with many investors who refuse to buy in the city due to basically the slow processes, unfortunately, less than helpful staff at the city, and ridiculous citations. The community center has been unavailable due to lack of funds and staffing for almost 4 years. Our beach city is seemingly run by personnel who are focused on their financial gains and professional advances and not the gains and advancement of our community. We will not tolerate this from the folks whom we elect and whose salaries we pay. We need changes. Our city needs to feel safe again, and I also hope this does not fall on deaf ears. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you give your name, please? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
No name.
I'm Holly Osborne, and I'm from Redondo Beach, 1 block away from Lawndale. And I came a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago, and I'm going to talk about that 405 project and the freeway widening. That was when I really just discovered about it. And I have seen no drawings. There's almost no information, so I don't know if it's widening is going to impact your neighborhood. I don't know how you feel about it, but I want to tell you some interesting things I found. I'm going to pass out some diagrams, and then I'm going to mail you all the stuff so that if you didn't write it all down, you'll have it. Anyway, they want to widen the 405 freeway in several sections, and they go through Lawndale, and they say it's going to reduce traffic. Well, there's plenty of studies that show, like the New York Times says, widening highways doesn't fix traffic, so why do we do it? And then they say, while adding lanes can ease congestion, and initially it also encourages people to drive more, and a few years after a highway is widened, research shows traffic and the greenhouse gases that come along with it often returns. So again, what's the point? Now, the other thing is, I've listened to lots of the board of directors say that they're not going to force projects through cities that have been considered disadvantaged in the past. And I've seen your disadvantage, some are, your districts are considered disadvantaged. And then one of them said, and we are also considering whether they were redlined in the past. We are going to give them special consideration. So that got me. I found a tool that had redlining on it. And this is the map of the South Bay. Lawndale's right there. It's the red one. And where do you think those freeway widening projects are going to be? Okay? Right through there. And I've got, could you pass it down? Yeah, there's 5. But I'm going to mail you more. Okay, so here's what I want to point out. This freeway widening here is actually in 7 sections, okay? And there's 7 sections, and why are they so small? Because if they're less than 1 mile, you don't have to do an environmental impact report. Did you all know that? I sure didn't. So like I said, I just think that's sneaky. I think it's unethical, and I'm going to fight, okay? I know which director said they weren't going to treat redlined areas that have been redlined in the past bad anymore. But if they approve this, they are. And I'll stop now. I will send you all this stuff.
Thank you, Dr. Osborne. Yes, ma'am.
Dear members of the council, my name is Sandra Suarez. I've been a resident of Lawndale for almost 70 years. The neighbors in my area I have spoken with are telling me they're being victimized and harassed with code violation notices. Residents are even scared to come out and speak of their concerns and issues, fearing they will be targeted and fined under the city manager's watch. I'm even more upset of what I've heard from those who were fined. All this has been going on for some time now. This council hasn't even stepped up on this. This city manager needs to be investigated. On April 15th, 24, the city manager, Sean Moore, was given a new contract and a $60,000 raise with one no vote by Mayor Pro Tem Bernadette Suarez. He's making $260,000 a year, plus benefits and perks. This reminds me of 13 years ago when I served on the Centinela Valley Union High School School Board, and the superintendent made a ridiculous salary, and anyone who questioned him became a target for retaliation. I can't believe this is happening again, and in my own community. In conclusion, this council needs to get rid of this city manager. If we don't see change, we're going to keep coming back until we see change. And if you won't make that change, I'm sure the voters will in November. See you at the next council meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Eddie Cortez. I'm a born and raised Hawthornian, but most of my life has been spent working at and being in the city of Lawndale, which is truly the heart of the South Bay. And unfortunately, we have not been living up to that name these past few decades. I work for Environmental Charter High School, and I've been biking to work for about the past 16 years. So I've experienced and seen these streets very keenly. And I'm afraid to say our streets are not safe anymore. Our kids are not safe walking to school anymore. I've seen atrocious things happening on the streets from the various unhoused folks who have been showing up from anywhere but Lawndale. Gang activity has been spiking up. There's people drinking on the streets, things I cannot speak of. But our streets aren't safe. Our streets are not clean anymore. Graffiti keeps on popping up at every wall that I pass by. Mr. Miles, what is happening to our city? Coming from people who walk these streets and know things more intimately, the city needs to be cleaned and addressed. I also want to speak on support of the Suarez family, who have been living here for 70 years, and they've seen various and drastic changes. If anyone can consider how to address these changes, it could surely be the Suarez family. That is all I have to say, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. At the last city council meeting, it was clarified that a former, not current, Lawndale council member is the president of the South Bay 25 Club. I learned afterwards that a current council member is the set treasurer, and another council member, according to our website, is the secretary of the South Bay 25 Club. I must commend City Clerk's staff for always providing me with prompt responses to my public information request. I've received information that indicates that the South Bay 25 Club partners with the city to co-sponsor their singular Santa Sleigh event. For this popular event, Lawndale pays overtime for city staff, provides a city vehicle and fuel to pull the sleigh, provides for the storage of the sleigh and needed equipment on city property, provides staff to place and remove temporary street signs, office supplies for written materials, and is responsible for liability insurance coverage for the event due to involvement by city employees. I'm not aware of how or who established this partnership many years ago. Currently, there are at least 2 council members serving on the board of directors, and perhaps others are directors or members. During the last 7 years, almost $10,000 went from the sales of a fireworks booth stand to the South Bay 25 Club. I was told that after the City Council voted to allow the Wesleyan Church as a sole nonprofit to sell fireworks in 2024, despite the Finance Department's recommendation against it, members of this body assisted in the sale of fireworks. Perhaps this can be clarified tonight. City staff and residents have recommended a one-year moratorium on the sale of safe and sane fireworks. As a concerned homeowner and resident, I spent over a decade trying to address the dangerous risk to property, health, and lives due to the sale of fireworks in the city. With discovery of the extent of the South Bay 25 Club sponsorship, it could be easily perceived that a conflict of interest could be the reason for the actions that consistently support the sale of fireworks in Lawndale over the health and safety of residents. Anytime fireworks issues arise before the City Council, can an objective decision be made by council members who are also members of an organization receiving funds from the sale of fireworks? It is clearly a conflict of interest when a decision rests in the hands of the South Bay 25 Club Board of Directors and members. Since this partnership rests heavily on the sale of city staff as well as city funds, there's a simple solution to this conflict, and that is that the South Bay 25 Club no longer accepts funds from the sale of fireworks. Lastly, I would hope that my requests to the city manager and city attorney are addressed that will ensure that anyone who speaks from this podium is met with professionalism and civility. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rodrigo Larrere. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. Not a big public speaker myself. I'm also a disabled veteran. I came here because I moved to Lawndale about 2 years ago, and I will say I love here. I've been in Los Angeles for about 4 years, and I work at SpaceX. I deal with a lot of stuff that goes to space and related. And something that's really important to the line of work that I do is documentation. That is first and foremost, the most important piece of anything that I do is the actual paperwork that goes behind it. So when I purchased a home here in Lawndale about 2 years ago, I received a city report that noted a home that was built in 1952, so about 7 years old. It noted no discrepancies, no sorts of irregulations. To me, I was living the dream. I was buying my first home. I was settling down here as a married man, and seemed to be no issues. Now, fast forward 2 years now, I am moving on in my life, and I am seeking the same city report after not making any sort of modifications whatsoever. And it just so happens that between a certain times of periods, we lost documentation on not just one, but a couple of homes regarding permits and all sorts of like documentations that relate to home modifications. And I'm not like the biggest on like some sort of this stuff. Like this is not my expertise. I'm gonna tell you right now, like if anybody here is living in a house that there's no proper documentation of what was properly done in it, who did it, like was it properly demolished, like this is the biggest safety hazard anybody has. You're going back home, I don't know, the freaking roof is about to collapse because we lost records. How does that happen? That's my question. How does that happen? Not only that, I am asked by the city to provide this documentation for this work that I didn't do, and I had no knowledge of. So now I have to come out of my pocket, which I don't even have. This is actually holding, I'm really waiting on this proper documentation to just flourish out of nowhere so I can actually move on with my life. 15 seconds, you know, I would say like I definitely enjoy living here for as long as I have, but it seems like we want to be like Redondo Beach and Manhattan Beach and stuff like that, but I don't know if we're quite there yet. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, everybody. My name is Linda Nolan, president of the Lawndale Senior Travel Club. I'm here to thank the city, the mayor, and city council for all the support you give us. Thank you so much for your financial assistance and getting approval for the club to use the Lloyd Continuation High School parking for our overnight trips. I'm sad to say that we had to cancel our Laughlin trip. We didn't meet the minimum requirement. This is the first time it has happened. Our club is very active, and we go on a trip once every month. In June, we went on our overnight trip to Zion National Park for 3 days and two nights. The trip sold out. We had 50 people, and we had a wonderful time. Last month, we went to a musical show, Frank, Sammy, and Judy in a concert tribute, including lunch at the Long Beach Grand Theater. Great food and entertainment. Our October trip is for the Route 66 trip, including lunch at the Northwoods Inn. And we will follow the Route 66. This trip is also sold out. We're also working with the city staff on a survey we will be doing to ask members what kind of trips they would like to see and where they would like to go. I invite all of you and anyone in the audience over 50 to join the club and enjoy the trips we have to offer. Membership is only $10 a year, and I guarantee you will have a great time and meet really nice, wonderful people. We meet the first Thursday of every month from 8 to 9 for the trip signups, and every third Tuesday of the month for our general meetings, 1:30 to 2:30, with trip signups from 12:30 to 1:15 before the meeting. Meetings are held in this wonderful room that the city makes available to us. Again, the Travel Club thanks each and every one of you. Without your support, we wouldn't be here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Reyes, and I would be the last person to be standing here tonight because I don't like speaking and I'm kind of shy. But I guess in my old age, I'm getting better. I wasn't going to speak today, but hearing the things that I heard tonight, I've been here in Lawndale since 1962. I went to Billy Mitchell, Adams, Lawndale, and I consider myself, this is my home. It's very disturbing what I heard here tonight, very disturbing, and I hope some of these things are not true. And to our mayor, I hope that what I heard today, that you look into it, that if it is happening, that you change it, because this is not a good thing. The other thing I was going to say is that my daughter moved out of town in the city of Duarte, and Duarte is a very small community. And this summer, I was shocked at what they did for the families. They gathered the families, the children. They did a 4th of July thing for them. The youth are very involved in the community, which I don't see here. I know we have several, like the parade, and we had the concert this past weekend. But we need more youth-oriented things, something that there's so many drugs and so many things going on in the community. We need to get the youth involved in more positive things. So that's all I need to say. And I'm sorry if I'm stepping in any toes or if I'm not saying things that you guys don't want to hear, but I have to say it today. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carla Mendez.
My husband and I just got married, and we just bought our first home here in Lawndale. We were really excited until we actually moved in. We live in a community of 5 condos, and we are being told that we cannot have any security or privacy, such as fencing or hedges. Our condo, not a single-family home, that faces this, the street now. Lawndale came in, the permitted lady, Jamie, said we had to chop off our hedges and our fences, and our house, again, faces towards the street. And now that I'm hearing all this dangerous stuff going on in this city, we can't even leave our sliding door open. It is completely exposed to the street. Somebody can literally hop over. It's shorter than this in front of you. Hop over to where this lady is into our home. We can't leave the sliding door open. It's been super hot. And it's really crazy. This lady, Jamie, doesn't help us at all. Nobody has helped us at all with the codes. They say that because we are a single-family home, which we are not, other cities like Hawthorne have distinguishes between condos and single-family homes. Our home doesn't have a front door. It's a side yard. And the lady says the only reason we can't have a hedge is because people can't park. But there is no parking in front of our home. There's a red line. Nobody can park in it. So now we can't have a hedge. We can't have a fence. We're not even allowed to have a gate in our community now. And we are a community. We're not a single home. So we're very disappointed on how this has been treated. And we feel like no one can help us. And now we bought this first home. We were very excited. We want to have a kid. Can't have our kid walk around or go on our lawn because somebody can just snatch our kid. We have our neighbors, same exact problem. He wasn't able to be here today, but they will come next month because we're trying to figure it out with the city. But it's kind of ridiculous that we can't have a fence or a hedge to protect our privacy. It's our home. So I'm pretty disappointed on how this has been dealing with, and I would love it if we can get some good help. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any others like to speak to this body? Finance Authority, City Council. With that, we'll close the public comments and we'll bring it up to the diocese for any comments that may be had by the council members. Let's hear from Ms. Cuevas.
First of all, thank you for coming out and speaking. This kind of opens our eyes a little bit more. It's good that you come in and let us know what we need to do, what we're failing in doing. I remember at a meeting I asked to see if we could get a cost for putting staff at the parks. Was that done? Do we have any numbers?
Mayor, Council,
Yes, sir.
staff will look into that. We usually look into the mid-year, but we'll put something together for the next agenda to look at staffing the parks.
Okay, thank you. How could we review videos, or how does our resident feel safe in, let's say, Rudolph Park? Do we patrol it every so often? Do we have security going around?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. We have armed security. We'll beef up. I'll talk to Mr. Reyes. And the sheriff's asked for additional patrols around all the parks, but we'll specifically focus on some of those quality of life issues that have been brought up by the residents.
Thank you. Also, I remember we put together a firework committee. Have they met yet? Has a date been put down for a meeting? Because New Year's is coming, so we're going to have those fireworks.
The executive secretary is working on setting up the next meeting for I'll follow up with staff on that.
Could we see if we could do it possibly beginning of October if the members are available?
Definitely look into that.
Thank you. And my last question, I know there's a lot for me to digest, but these are questions that I feel are very important. How could we lose documents or records of repairs that we've done and we pull permits and pay for those permits? Do we have a filing system? Is this something that happened when we upgraded our system? How do we go about finding documents?
This is first I've heard of it at the counter. I talked to the real estate agent before council. I have staff looking into it. We'll get back to the council. We're working with the, what we suggested, staff, they've already have approved site plan. They already have approved planning approval. They just need to go back to building and safety and update the expired permits. I guess some things got lost, but we're looking into it and get back to the council. But meanwhile, we're still working with the property owner, the seller, and the buyer, and the real estate agent.
This is not the first time I've been told that they can't find permits of things that were done 10, 15 years ago. You know, if I buy a property and it passes, but the repairs were done 15 years ago, we shouldn't stop them from selling.
We're not stopping them. This is a residential property report inspection that originally got them in the site plan review process, is my understanding. And then they sold the property several times, according to talking to the real estate agent. And then there were some changes and some system changeover. And I have to talk to Michael and MSD about it, specifically where it dropped, because there was no follow-up, it looks like so far. But in the interim, we're still working with the real estate agent to get it resolved.
Okay, thank you. And my last thing is the hedges. Is that the same property that we had a year ago that we asked the residents to cut down the hedges and the cul-de-sac?
We need to look at that, Mayor and Council. I'd have to check into that. I don't know for sure, but there's several properties with large hedges that may exceed our code.
Okay, but I would like to see, if we're going to do it, everybody should be equal, not just certain houses.
Understood.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Hoffman-Gorman.
Thank you to everybody that came out this evening to witness your city council at work. And I appreciate every single one of you that came up to speak tonight. I do have a couple of comments and thoughts. Sandro and Grace, I don't see you right here. Thank you. One of my thoughts is come and get active in Neighborhood Watch. That's where you have your city representatives and your sheriffs too. And we need to hear things like what's going on Rudolph Park. I would also like to ask if Michael has anything to say, or maybe the sheriff's department, if they would like to respond, because that is an issue over at the park.
Thank you, Councilmember Hoffman-Gorman, for this opportunity to speak to you tonight. I am aware of some instances at the park. I would let our residents know that we do have staff on 7 days a week for animal control, so we can get somebody over there if there's a dog off leash. We can handle that all hours between 7 and 6 p.m. We also have Southwest Patrol patrolling all of our parks daily, 7 days a week as well, and 5 nights a week. Part of their daily logs includes patrols of all the parks, all of our city buildings, many of our city streets. So they are hitting all the parks at least twice a day during each of their shifts. But again, there's a lot for them to cover. So it's also the buildings, it's also our streets. So, and they're also doing homeless outreach and vendor outreach too. So they're fairly busy, but we do have people on, and their logs do include daily, twice daily patrols of the parks.
Thank you. Did the sheriffs want to add anything?
So our Lawndale SAO units, as well as our patrol units, are aware of what is going on at the park, and they have been requested to do directed patrol checks there every single shift. They're aware. So we're going to beef up our patrol checks there as well.
All right. Thank you. So again, I would say please be active and communicate with us with what's going on in the park. That was your city representative and the sheriff's department, but you're more than welcome to come in and get involved in Neighborhood Watch, where these kind of things we go over. And just this last week, I think we had probably 40 to 60 people in the room at any given time. It was a really good turnout, and the sheriffs and the city both learn and can work towards fixing some of those issues if you come out to Neighborhood Watch. And that also goes for Eddie, and I don't see him right now. Oh, there he is. Eddie, same thing. Biking, homeless issues, things like that. Come and get active with Neighborhood Watch. Tell us where the problems are. Identify some of those people that you're routinely seeing on our streets. We have a program here for homeless where we actually have city individuals and Southwest Security stopping and speaking to the homeless and offering them services. Lawndale is we've got a great system here. We offer them services, but 99% of the time they refuse it. And then we have to ask them to continue moving on so that they're not in our neighborhoods. So again, Neighborhood Watch, it would be heard, and that's where a lot of this is going, and it is not falling on deaf ears. We're changing things as we speak all the time, trying to get them better, all right? Holly, I too have a lot of problems with Metro, and no, we're never going to be told the truth. And that project, I agree with you. It's a bad project because of the way they're sliding around issues. I look forward to getting that information from you and being able to see what you have more for me to study, so thank you. I think that's it right now.
Okay, thank you.
I will pass it on.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
really quick, Michael, is there a phone number that our residents could call whenever there's issues with the parks?
In terms of
With either animal control
yeah,
or...
they can just call our office line, 310-973-3220. And
All right, louder because some of us can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, 310-973-3220 is our office line. The office isn't staffed on Friday, Saturdays, and Sunday, but the messages are checked regularly throughout the day. So if someone has a problem where they need either code or parking enforcement or animal control, they can leave a message and they'll get a response within 20 minutes probably. So we do have staff from my department 7 days a week. Southwest Patrol, we've been hesitant to give that number out because we don't want them to replicate our law enforcement. In fact, we're very vocal about that. Their specific tasks are to patrol our buildings, to patrol our streets, and be an additional set of eyes and ears for the police, and they refer things to the police when they see them. But we don't really want the public calling Southwest Patrol and giving directives to our officer because that really isn't his role. We really want our police doing that.
But they could reach your office for animal control?
Yes, and then after hours it rings directly to me. But that's only for emergency animal calls and no parking or code enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good? Oh, no problem. Mr. Pat Kearney.
Thanks, Robert. I want to thank everybody that came out tonight, all 13 men and women here. I'm going to speak on two issues, not issues, but concerns. Linda Nolan's gone, but if anybody 50 years older, if you want to do some traveling, have a lot of fun with seniors, I would suggest you join the Lawndale Travel Club. It's a great group. And Maria, about the youths, I'll let the mayor talk on more about this, about the Youth Advisory Committee. They have a meeting on Saturday, I believe 9 o'clock here. Maybe you can come down and talk to them. There are ourselves have a younger group to put stuff together for young kids and, toddlers, young kids, adults, young adults. So maybe Robert can talk to that when he gets to his turn. And with that, I'll pass it on.
Okay. Ms. Royce.
Thank you to everybody that came out tonight. I just wanted to say for those, as some of the speakers mentioned, that some of you may be scared to speak up. And so I just wanted to let you know I will never stop asking questions and I won't stop fighting for my community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. So I want to thank everyone who came out tonight and those who spoke and those who didn't have the opportunity to speak. And yes, you should feel comfortable speaking to your city council, your mayor and city council. We are here for you and to serve this community. So, and speaking up and being part of being vocal is part of the process of good governance, to hear from the people when we're doing things that are correct and things that need to be attended to. We need need to hear your voice, because sometimes we don't hear the issues, or sometimes the issues may seem like they're like isolated incidents or what have you. But until we hear from the public, or when we hear from the public, that gives us an indication of some of the things that we may need to alter, what have you. And so I really appreciate all the diverse opinions and views, and for those who had an opportunity to speak tonight. I will address, I want to thank my colleagues for addressing most of the issues that came up tonight. I didn't hear any issue that I have a difference of opinion on, so I'm just not going to repeat some of those issues, but I desire those opinions as well. But I do want to speak on, let me see, on one thing I want to bring up, the issue of the hedges. We've dealt with the hedge issues before, when I've always have advocated, especially when it comes to privacy hedges. You know, these homes sometimes are designed in such a way they're so close together, or what have you. I think that having hedge, sometimes they call them privacy hedges or what have you, are in order. And so when one of the speakers spoke that you not only are you not allowed to have hedges, but not allowed to have a fence. I want to make sure we take a look at that issue. I believe it was Ms. Carla Mendez who spoke on that issue. I want to take a look at that issue because privacy hedges are, you know, as they used to say in some instances, good fences make good neighbors, right. And so a lot of times that is the case. So let's look into these hedges and the fence issues on that regard. Also, I'm surprised to hear about the not being able to find documents, and these are recent documents. You know, it's not, as you know, if your home was built in the 40s, 50s, or 60s, sometimes those documents are kind of elusive, you know, especially if it was with the county or what have you, before incorporation. But for documents that's, you know, recent, you know, 10, 20 years, there shouldn't be a reason why we don't have access to those documents. And so I'm going to ask, I see the staff made note of that we need to make sure we take a look to find out what's happening with these recent documents. Let's see. Ms. Nolan, she mentioned the travel club, and yes, we are a proud sponsor of the Senior Travel Club because we believe, and I believe that, you know, the seniors are in their golden years. In the golden years, you deserve, you know, to have your tax dollars work for you, not just, you know, municipal services and things of that nature, but also for recreational and wellness, and that's what we provide with the Senior Club and the Senior Travel Club. So we'll continue to support the Senior Travel Club, as we just recently was able to negotiate a place for them to park the bus and their vehicles when they go on excursion. So we'll continue in that regard. So I want to thank Ms. All you got to do is clap it to come back on. All right, that was the old system. We'll give it a second here. Somebody might have just leaned on the. Okay, there we go. All right, okay, we're back.
We paid the bill.
We're back. We're back. So I want to thank Ms. Nolan once again for the president of the Travel Club. I believe it was Maria Reyes that spoke about the youth involvement. So we try to keep our youth involved in the city. So one thing we have, of course, we have what's called a youth advisory committee, and any youth can really join this. Although, you know, they can join it. There's a board, but they can be a participant in the youth advisory committee. The youth advisory committee is really our eyes and our ears from the perspective of the youth. And we lean on this body to kind of give us and guide us on what kind of programming and activities we should have available for the youth. We also make an opportunity through that board for the youth to participate in community events and to volunteer in community events. And so that's why that board is important. It's called the Youth Advisory Committee. One of the things we're doing currently now, we're building a youth development center. This is going to be a real game changer for the youth of Lawndale. So about a little under 2 years ago, I was able to secure $4 million from the state budget to start a youth development center. And this youth development center is not just a hangout spot for youth, which that's okay too, because they do need safe spaces to hang out, right, as we did when we were kids. But this development center is exactly that. It would be a center that's going to be used to to have professional development courses and workshops for our youth to develop them into professional young men and women. And we're going to work alongside other entities, nonprofits, other organizations that may come to do programming, or what have you. So that Youth Development Center is in the design phase. We just sent out recently requests for proposals for a designer, and so we're in that phase. And we started off with $4 million, but then our Congresswoman, Maxine Waters, heard about the project as well, and so she was able to get $4 million additional dollars from the federal government, coupled with some I believe it's Prop 8 money. These are county money that's due to various cities for recreation, outdoors, districts, things of that nature. And so we was able to get some dollars from that as well. That's going to be real exciting for our youth. So I encourage all the youth not to get involved in the center when it's developed, but right now they can get involved in helping us decide what type of programming in architectural design, the whole 9 yards. They can an opportunity for them to get involved in that. So thank you for bringing up that issue. The last issue I wanted to add is the park situation. It's safety in the communities is always a work in progress, a management type of thing. These gangs activity kind of go, they kind of flare up every once in a while, and then we have to address those when they happen. And that's what we're doing, is addressing those quality of life issues in our park. Now, I was just told by a resident just actually a couple of days ago how she is delightful, that's the word she kind of used, of the progress that's been made at William Green Park with the presence of our patrol units. They're not police officers, but they are guards, and they do keep their ears and eyes out. And I just heard in this report that they're also going to be at Rudolph Park, which I encourage as well. So now I'm hearing about that there's some issues at Rudolph Park. Maybe I go at the wrong time of the day, usually on a Sunday kind of early, so maybe they come out, the problem folks maybe come out a little later, because when I go there's usually families or what have you. But we'll bring attention to Rudolph Park, and we'll use our private security to help kind of augment that so they have a presence. That's why I asked that when we first started the patrol program. It's not really patrol, it's a security program. They had, you may have seen their SUVs, and it just says Southwest Patrol or what have you. And so I said, what we need to put a sticker on it, a logo of the city, because when people see if it's just a security, they may say, well, security is a private security, right? And if I'm not on private property or what have you, then I don't have anything to do with them. They don't have anything to do with me or what have you. But since they work actually for the city, they're agents of the city, I thought it was important that we put the logo on their vehicles so that they will have a presence in terms of when you see their vehicle, you know that they're employed by the city of Lawndale, so they're looking out for the city. That logo in and of itself is a game changer in terms of the respect that people that may be causing problems give that unit that they wouldn't have given them without the logo. And that's why I think we've seen some difference even at William Green's as they kind of patrol that area, post up in that area. So we'll continue on that. I want to just thank everyone for bringing that issue up as well, because park safety is very important to our community, very important to me. I think that is the last one. Let me review really quickly here. Okay, that's all I have for now. But thank everyone for coming out and for your comments, and those things that have not, you didn't hear a response for, please believe that those will get addressed as well. Thank you. So with that, we're going to move our agenda tonight. That'll be oral communications and comments. Let's move to our consent calendar. Consent calendar items 6A through 6G. What is the pleasure of this body concerning such?
If there's no additional subtraction, I'll make a motion to accept as written, the consent calendar.
Okay, motion's been made by Mr. Kearney.
I'll second it.
And seconded by Hoffman Gorman. And let's have, okay, let's have.
I have a quick question.
Well, let's have
I just
questions
thought
on
of
the
it.
motion. Is it on the motion?
It's on an item that we have on there.
Okay, it's on the motion.
It's on the
Go ahead.
motion, yeah. Could I see your note really quick? It's regarding the, give me 2 seconds, let me.
Oh, I do have some I want to point out, too.
The job description for the community developer, I thought we hired a community developer, or am I thinking of something different?
No, we have not hired a community development director yet. We're in the process, we're updating the job description to be commensurate with the salary and compensation study and some other minor updates. We'll, after you approve this, we'll put it out for a recruitment.
So whatever is coming later on the agenda for the community developer, that's completely
That's the
different?
community development manager.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay, so the motion's been made by Kearney and seconded by Hoffman Gorman. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, would the council please vote? Oh, you don't want to speak? Oh, okay. I see.
For the consent calendar, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I actually said that was that it ended at G6, but we also have the Lawndale Finance Authority A7 consent calendar, so that was part of the consent calendar as well.
Yes.
Okay, let's move on to administration. Item 8A, approve First Amendment of the contract agreement with Michael Baker.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good evening again. So this item is before you for consideration to approve the contract with Michael Baker International for planning manager services. We were able successfully, after the departure of Ms. Chavez, to luckily get someone in the position right away to help assist with the community development department. It's extremely busy, and I had to sit over there for a few weeks. And it's better that I get back to doing my duties and then have someone in there that's qualified to help us out. Right now, we signed a contract under my signature under $15,000. We're bringing this for your reconsideration to run it for about 6 months. The total we expect the salaries, there's going to be a salary savings while we're looking for the community development director and in excess of $210,000 to cover this contract. That concludes staff's report. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time. Thank you.
Let's hear from Cuevas.
We're paying $195 an hour, and we're estimating 36 to 40 hours.
We asked for a full-time position. He'll be Mr. Peter Kahn. He's sitting right there in the middle. I was going to introduce him in my city manager's comments. He'll be here 4 days a week from 7 to 6 daily, except for during council meetings and planning commission meetings. He'll come in a little later. This just covers his time while he's here, while we're recruiting for the position. Most of his salary will be covered under projects, site plan reviews, and entitlement projects, as well as managing. So there'll be a limited impact on the general fund, and it'll be mostly he'll be spending a lot of time on projects now. He's already dived into a bunch of projects now with staff and processing site plan reviews and as well other entitlement projects.
And we're estimating spending $202,000, or let's say $203,000, rounded up, for a whole year, or is it 6 months?
6 months. 6 months.
Okay. All right, thank you. And we should be getting someone.
It's a very tough, we were lucky that we got Mr. Khan from another contracted city not too far away. We're fortunate. It's really hard to find planning staff right now at community development level. We're hopeful, our fingers are crossed. If we can't do it, we're going to do an internal recruitment. If not, we'll bring something back for maybe hire an outside firm to help us recruit. We're hoping we can hit this 6-month period, though.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Flores.
Yes, I had questions regarding this staff report. So essentially, because of AB 5, and I just want to check with our city attorney, this is essentially a consultant agreement. It's contract services agreement, right? We're not actually hiring a planning manager. We're hiring the services
That is
that come
correct,
with it. Okay, so on this report, it says that there were 3 proposals requested. So it says from Civic Solutions, Munitemps, and Michael Baker International. 2 of those firms submitted proposals. That's what I'm reading. I guess this is more for staff to answer, but what was the hourly rate that Civic Solutions quoted us for?
Ms. Felton's going to come up and answer that.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. We reached out to all of these companies, and unfortunately, they did not have anybody to provide any service for us. So we were lucky that Michael Baker had someone, because initially they did not, and Civic Solutions did not also have someone at this level.
When you say at this level, what services is Michael Baker provide? Wait, I think the staff report says was able to obtain proposals from only 2 firms. So it
Yes.
says here that Civic Solutions provided a proposal.
Not for this service.
But the staff report here says staff was able to obtain proposals from only 2 firms, Civic Solutions and Michael Baker International.
Yes, but we only received 1 proposal from Michael Baker because Civic Solutions actually did not have anyone available to assist us immediately.
I'm just confused why it reads that they were able to obtain proposals from only 2 firms. So
Well,
this is incorrect?
It's incorrect as it relates to this level of position. They did provide us a proposal for another level, which is the next staff report.
Okay, because when I looked at, I'm just trying to understand, because when I look at the scope of services, that's what I looked at. They were basically the same thing that was listed. They both said to review, basically planning services, if you will. It says to review applications, to do staff reports, to work with, resident, okay, so I have for both of them. They essentially listed the same thing, and both of them said on there, general planning services. So I'm trying to understand the difference between why one firm, couldn't provide a proposal.
Well, Michael Baker International was able to provide someone that could provide planning manager. And that's noted in the staff report. For Civic Solutions, which is the next staff report, they were able to provide someone at a senior planner level. So both companies, or all companies, provide staff augmentation services for planning. However, because of the shortage in planners across the board, they were only able to provide the services for the planning manager services.
So the planning manager services, so when was the RFP done? Or when was the request for these proposals done?
Immediately after the community development manager resigned, we reached out to companies. I first reached out to Munitemps, and it took them a while to get back to me, and they finally told me that they didn't have anyone available. Then we also, at the same time, reached out to both Civic Solutions and Michael Baker International. Civic Solutions initially said that they did not have anybody to assist us, but then later told us that they had someone at a senior planner level. And then we followed up again with Michael Baker, and Michael Baker was able to find us someone that could provide us the planning manager services.
So when did Civic Solutions respond that they were able to provide services?
Let's see.
Because the Michael Baker, I'm showing that the agreement wasn't executed until September 5th.
Yes, because Civic Solutions responded first and was able to provide us with someone at the planning senior planner level. They didn't have anyone at a senior manager.
So we did 2 different requests for proposals?
No, we
did one?
initially asked all consultants for someone at the planning manager level, but unfortunately, we could not find anyone for a planning manager. So as a result, we needed somebody to assist because we were down basically to just 2 staff persons. an associate planner and an admin assistant. So the department needed someone to assist immediately. So we asked for a planning manager at the same level as our community development manager, but no one had anyone available. So we initially, we were waiting for Munitemps to get back to us. They finally, like I said, responded and said they didn't have anybody available at any level. Civic Solutions responded, and they told us they only had someone that was available at the senior planner level, and we actually received her from another city as well. So, and they had no one else available.
Okay. So I guess, so we only did one request for proposal for services, and then we got 2 bids, and then we hired one firm, and then the other agenda item shows that then we then hired another.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand to the process because as it pertains to our purchasing policy, because it looks like Civic Solutions was hired August 22nd, or that's what the contract date says.
Correct.
And the amount was just under the 15,000.
Correct.
So now I have a question for our city attorney. Their purchasing policy is in place in which we set limits as to what we can purchase. So what is the city manager's purchasing policy authority?
The authority right now is per both the purchasing ordinance and the policy is the 15,000, which is why to get this work started before longer-term contracts could come to you and before the full scope of work and sort of even an idea of the length of time could be brought to the 5 of you, the city manager wanted to fill the positions immediately, so they did. They sought bids from at least 3 entities, as the deputy city manager said, complied with the purchasing policy, and then limited the amount of each contract to under the city manager's authority so that the 2 contracts could move forward, the work could be done, and then it would come to you for just what you're doing right now.
Okay, I only asked what the amount was the 15,000, but so what I'm trying to understand though is that there was one request for proposals. And essentially, based off of the scope of services that I'm seeing, is they're the same duties. I don't see the difference. And the only difference that I quite frankly see is planning manager services versus planning services. So to me, it looks like one contract was executed. And then rather than going to council, who ultimately has to approve anything over 15,000, this was instead, let's just, name it a different contract and then execute the Michael Baker one. So I'm seeing that that goes over the 15,000 because it was only one request for proposals. And immediately one was hired just under the 15,000. And then later on September 5th, another was executed for just under 15,000, but that total is 28,000 some change or whatnot. I don't know the math. But I'm just trying to understand why it didn't come to council before it was executed, because we have that purchasing policy in place. And to me, it looks like the city manager was in violation of that purchasing policy. Because it has the same scope of services that are listed. And as Raylette just said, only one request for proposals was given. And when I read the purchasing policy, it says request for proposals, and there's a threshold of 15,000. And it deals with the same department and the same services, so it should have came before council before this was executed.
Okay. Okay. I see Ms. Cuevas. Oh, you still? Okay. All right, I'll take you down. No, it won't go. Yeah, it won't go. Okay. Okay. Are there any more discussion on this item? Okay. Let me And what is the pleasure of this body concerning this item? Let me go back to it. Okay, I entertain a motion at this time if there's any.
I'll make a motion
any
to
more
go with staff
discussion.
recommendation.
Okay, the motion's been made by Kearney that we go with staff recommendation,
I'll second it.
seconded by Hoffman Gorman. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes, I'd like to
Yes,
say that I'm going to be voting no on this staff report
Okay.
because of the way that it was split to look like it's two different things, but it's essentially the same thing. And to me, that's a violation of our municipal code.
Okay. All right. And with that, we'll just make sure that we follow all the processes in place. So with that, unless there's any other discussion on the motion, I'm going to ask the council to vote on the motion.
For item number 8A, the motion passes with Councilmember Cuevas abstaining and Councilmember Suarez, Mayor Pro Tem Suarez, voting no.
Thank you. Okay, item 8B, the First Amendment to a contract with Civic Solutions.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Again, this is the hiring of a part-time planner to help augment staffs to address all the backlog of the site plan reviews. This is the similar situation. Raylet went out and the deputy city manager went out and solicited the bids. We are inconsistent with our requirements. We kept it under the 15,000. Now we ran it by the city attorney's office, and now we're bringing it forward for a permanent contract for council's consideration, just like the previous item.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Cuevas?
I'm a bit confused here. This person is also doing plan check?
No, Mayor, Council, this person's just doing site plan reviews only processing the backlog, only not working the counter, not doing typical planning duties, but doing site plan reviews, checking the zoning, checking ADUs, checking setbacks. They're not doing plan check like building and safety. They're doing planning-related work.
And are we planning to hire someone for this position?
This
Or
is
is
just-
this a temporary?
This is a temporary position. It goes for about 6 months, and then it's to address the backlog. There was a significant backlog of site plan reviews to help staff and get them trained up. We have new staff. We have a new associate planner that we've hired from a nearby city, so we're training him, and then we're having help, and then we have a new planning manager. We got to get trained up on our requirements, and then also we'll be recruiting for the director of community development. So there's a lot of new shifting going around. We have one staff member training who's been here for a couple of years, help training, assisting the manager for the daily duties, as well as the 2 new planners.
Does that mean that our residents' permits and plan checks are going to be less than 2 to 3 weeks? Are going to be faster to get their
We're working
response?
towards that goal is a 10-day turnaround. We're trying to do all we can and move those things through. I know when Ms. Chavez left, I was just me and Mr. Hernandez there, so we were conditionally approving a lot of the projects to get them through the process into building and safety.
Okay. And this is a 6-month. And where the funds are coming out of where on this one?
The funds are being directly billed out of the projects themselves, so the site plan review projects.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So what happens, Mr. City Manager, after the 6 months? I know the contract is for a 6-month period, but for this,
We could look at the level of processing and see where we're at if we need more additional augment staffing. It's helping out a lot because it frees up staff to work on flat work permits. Those are the fence permits. They require a lot of staff time because sometimes they're code cases. So it frees up the planning, the regular general staff to focus on those and give better service while we have a part-time staffer doing site plan reviews and addressing those issues as well. It's working out so far. Seems to be working in a better direction to help facilitate the process and move things through faster.
okay, got it. Thank you. Okay.
I still have.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this something that the South Bay COG could have helped us with in the past?
I mean, I didn't want to, the South Bay COGS planner, or when they have the planner, is meritorious, I'm sure, for regional planning. These are just site plan reviews, but we have this person working on.
Have we reached out to them and see if they have someone that they could recommend?
We have not reached out to them. They offer regional planning service. This is project specific. And I think Jackie's not here, but she mentioned they may not, I don't want to put words in the COG's mouth, but I don't know if they have the staff for what we need here.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, we could reach out if the council wants us to look into that.
Hoffman Gorman.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is for those people that are here in the room still listening, we have heard the concern of the residents that it is too long or that the process is too long. And this is an attempt, if I'm not mistaken, to get that process shorter so that we can move the projects. Is that correct, Sean?
Yes, Mayor, Council, we've heard a lot of concerns from the council and the community. We're trying to get that addressed.
This will aid us in that.
And just want to mention too, the one part of this is it's not directly impacting the general fund. Harant staff and community development staff are going to transfer those deposits, transfer them into the general fund for the hours spent by this augment planner to help address all these issues that are going. It's a very, very busy counter and department.
I understand. Thank you.
Yes, I have a question. On the report, it mentions that, that we're down a community development manager, and I think also a community development director. So we've always been down a community development director for a while, I think since 2021. So are we trying to hire a new director, or were we always short and we're barely hiring, or was the community development manager just supposed to be the long-term goal? I don't understand if it's saying that we're down, why we didn't hire them 3 years ago.
We're working towards hiring the new director of community development eventually with the approval from the council. Thank you for the approval of that item that was on the consent calendar. Our goal is to get a community development director in there on board. We were working with the previous staff member to train them up, hopefully one day but they since moved on. So now we have to go to another plan, what's best for the city, and try to get a director in there as soon as we can after we finish the recruitment and hopefully find someone. It's very difficult right now in these challenging times to find people to hire them on. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll get a director in there and move forward. Our goal is ultimately to get a director.
So the community development manager was essentially holding basically acting director, if you will. That's the way I'm reading the report. Or was there always plans to hire a director and a manager? I guess that's the part I'm not sure.
No, I think we don't have the staffing and the funding for that. We definitely would be looking at one or the other.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
if it's possible, I'd like to provide some additional clarification, if necessary. During the budget process, council approved a hire of an additional associate planner. So initially, there was a community development manager, one associate planner, and the admin assistant. But during the budget process, council approved 2 associate planners. So at the time that our manager left, we only had 1 associate planner, and we were recruiting for the second position. So this person is basically helping out with the backlog, as Mr. Moore mentioned.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, what is the pleasure of this body concerning this item?
I just want to, I'll go ahead and motion it, and it's because I want to make sure that the permit processing goes faster for our residents.
Yeah.
In 6 months, I don't want to hear that we're still backed. So I'll motion to approve.
Okay, the motion's been made by Cuevas.
I'll second it.
And seconded by Mr. Pat Kearney. Any discussions on the motion?
Yeah, I was
Yes,
just going to
ma'am.
say that this item was executed in August, so this one was actually done correctly. The other one was not, so this one I'm okay with.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? If not, would the council please vote? Oh, there we go.
For item number 8B, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next item, 8C, a lease agreement with the Sheriff's Department.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and distinguished members of the City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you tonight. The staff report you have before you is for the approval for the extension of the lease agreement for the property located at 15331 Prairie Avenue for continued use by the Sheriff's Department. Since, for the past 2 decades, as long as we've contracted with the Sheriff's Department, the City of Lawndale has provided one of its properties to be used as the Lawndale Service Center. This is an important facility for our sheriffs to do their work. Rather than having to go to the South LA main station to finish reports and things like that, it shortens their response times by having this facility, and it also gives a place for residents to go with questions and to ask questions of the police and to have services done. The contract is renewed every 5 years. This is just a review. There were some changes that the county asked for. The city attorney reviewed this, and as well as I did, and we thought some of the things that they asked for we didn't like, so they removed those items. Basically, it's just the same contract that we've had for the past 20 years. This is just a renewal, and that's it. I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you for that report. Any questions of the report on item 8C? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Suarez.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, it says that the Lawndale Service Center operates and services both LA County and the City of Lawndale. So it's also used for county sheriff?
Well, it's completely staffed by LA County. So if someone from a neighboring city came in because it was a near station, they would get help there.
So, for example, like El Camino Village, which is in LA County,
Correct.
those residents can go, and personnel that is dedicated to the county can actually park there, or
They can ask questions. They wouldn't be dispatched to one of our sheriffs. They would be dispatched to county sheriff.
okay.
Somebody
okay.
they would have to from their tax dollars. They wouldn't be issued. They wouldn't be helped. Now they could ask a question of one of our deputies, but if they're a victim of a crime, they would have to be the report would be taken by a county deputy that's assigned to the county.
Okay.
Because that'll be assigned to a county detective to investigate, not a South LA detective.
Yeah, I was just trying to understand how much of it is used for county-specific services, and if the county's actually giving funds, if it's our building and we're paying the maintenance, whatnot, if the county's actually paying anything, if they are in fact utilizing it for county services. I guess that would be my question.
Sure. I would have to look at those records and find out how many are actually serviced by, if any, by the county and people coming in from others. Or if I can let Ricky talk, he could probably answer that.
Lieutenant, speak on it. Good evening, Council. Ms. Suarez, yeah, so the building belongs to the City of Lawndale. El Camino Village residents can walk in there and request a call for service or have a report taken. It won't be dispatched a Lawndale deputy that you guys contract with. So Ms. Fielders, the lady who works up there at Lawndale, she could type the call in like she does a Lawndale call. When it goes to South LA, they will dispatch the car that belongs to El Camino Village. So the station works, cars are assigned to each area. So there's cars assigned to the city of Lenox, there's cars assigned to Vermont, Westmont area, cars that are assigned to Hawthorne, cars that are assigned to Gardena, and cars that are assigned to Lawndale. So they dispatch accordingly. So anybody could walk in there, even Torrance or whatever, and we'll put a call into Torrance PD and they'll respond.
Yeah, okay. I was just trying to understand the scope of which the county, as it relates to county services for other jurisdictions, and how much they're utilizing the building, since we're the ones maintaining it. But if it's very minimal,
It's very minimal.
Okay.
El Camino Village is probably the most because they're closest, but also for maintaining, the county maintains the interior of the building. So you guys maintain the exterior,
Yeah.
and they maintain all the interior and the maintenance and the cleaning. So it's kind of a shared responsibility.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hear from Ms. Cuevas.
My question is, I've had residents tell me that they've gone during the 9 to 5 hours 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, and it's closed. Do we put a sign out and saying, we're out to lunch, we'll be back? How does
Again,
someone know that they're closed?
Yeah, so all staffing is done by the county, so I can speak to the lieutenant or the captain and find out what they do when that person is not available. I believe there's only one person assigned to that. LET Fielders is the one that operates that station, and so if she's out sick, I don't know if we have anybody else taking it over. And if there's no deputies in there because they're on calls, then there'd be, basically it would be closed.
I mean,
because there's nobody to staff it.
we're advertising 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, so if someone is sick, someone else should be coming in to cover.
Correct.
Because we shouldn't have to, our residents shouldn't have to go to Lennox to file reports or get any of the requests that they're working on.
Yeah, this is correct, and again, it's not staffed by city staff, so it would be the county's position to fill.
Check on
But
that
I
for me?
can certainly find out how often it's happening and what they do when someone's not there.
I'll try to get dates, but I've had several residents that have shown up and we're closed.
Understood.
And I just for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
just for the record wanted to say I've had the same situation as well as people reporting that when they go there, there's someone not there. It's possible maybe they don't know the entrance. Maybe that needs to be, bigger. But I'm getting the same reports as well.
I can look into it. And have an answer for you. Thank you.
And I want to say in your report, I want to echo on the report. It says both the city and the sheriff departments benefits from this partnership, and continuing this lease ensures that the community is served in the most efficient way possible. I definitely agree with that statement, and I'm in favor of continuing our partnership with our law enforcement professionals at the sheriff department. I think it's really to actually have that sheriff station here in the city of Lawndale, although there's no jail there, but to have that sheriff station there in the presence of the sheriff there. I mean, we have a certain amount of, as you mentioned, Director Reyes, a certain amount of cars dedicated to the city of Lawndale. But even when those cars are out and you have other cars there or what have you, it gives the presence, right? And so that we have the response needed when we need it, if those other vehicles are already are out on service calls or what have you. So I'm excited to support this to keep the Lawndale Sheriff Station in our community right here in our city. So with that, if there's any other discussion, if there's no other discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll second your motion.
Oh, I was gonna. Did you make a motion? Full no?
No, I didn't make it a motion.
Okay, I'll make the motion.
No, I thought you did.
No, I didn't make the motion. I called for the motion.
Second,
You're
Mayor
second.
Pro Tem, yeah.
Okay. Suarez made the motion, and then Kearney second the motion. And with that, any discussions on the motion? Seeing none, with the council, please vote.
For item number 8C, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Item 8D. Okay, this is amendment number 1 to cooperative agreement with the Metro Active Transport. Yes,
Good
sir.
evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. On February 2022, the City of Lawndale approved a cooperative agreement with Metro for the Redondo Beach Active Transportation Project. This project extends from El Camino College to the Dominguez Park in Redondo Beach, and it is for bicycle and pedestrian improvements to remove barriers and make it a safe corridor for these people. Co-sponsors of the project are the Los Angeles County, Redondo Beach, and the City of Lawndale. Basically, the city had already provided funds for an estimated design at the time of 351,400, and now there's an increase of 59,000 from Metro based on the new cost estimate. Therefore, we are having we have to sign this first amendment for the agreement signed in 2022. I want to remind the City Council that the City of Lawndale has really no financial obligation here. These monies do come from Metro, but we need to sign the amendment. And the other cities need to do it as well. The recommendation is that City Council approve amendment number 1 to this contract. I want to give you a timeline for the project. Design is to be done in 2025, and it is conceptual at that time, and construction is estimated for 2026, 2027. That concludes my report. If you have questions, please let me know.
Thank you for that report. Let's hear from Ms. Cuevas.
Lucho, this is just for bicycle and pedestrian.
At this, yes, it is.
Do we have like a sample of what they're planning to do? Because I believe when this happened, I wasn't in council.
At this time, I did not find any information because they are moving into the planning and preliminary design. I will be very active in trying to obtain documentation since the beginning and make sure we share it with council so we know what's being proposed. At this time, there's nothing to show.
Also, can you find out if our residents are able to participate in the design? Because they're going to be going through our city. So, and we have residents that ride bikes or they jog. So if possible, I would like to have our residents involved in whatever meetings they're going to have on the design.
Thank you for the question, and absolutely. This planning phase include involvement with residents and the community where we will take input and be able to participate and make sure we get what we're asking for, at least through the City of Lawndale.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I was just going to add that, and you kind of already answered it, about the public participation. I often ride my bike through the Dominguez Channel. Sometimes the mosquitoes are outrageous, but other than that, it's a pretty good ride. So I would like for the community to be involved in that as well. So, but you kind of already answered that. So that was the only question I had, and you also answered the other one in terms of the financial obligation for the city is concerned, that there's no financial obligation on the city's part. So I'm satisfied with that. Is there any other discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll motion to approve.
I'll second.
It's been motioned by Cuevas that we approve the report, and seconded by Kearney. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, will the council please vote? All righty. Thank you, Madam City Clerk.
For item number 8D, the motion passes unanimously.
Great. Item 8E. Execute a cooperative agreement with the Los Angeles County for the Rosecrans Avenue Traffic Signalization Project. Yes, sir.
Good evening again.
I'm sorry.
You got what?
8E on my screen.
What do you need?
What? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Thank you.
Oh.
On March 2021, Los Angeles County entered in an agreement with Metro for a traffic synchronization project on Rosecrans. This project involves 5 agencies: City of Gardena, City of Hawthorne, City of Lawndale, City of Los Angeles, and the County of Los Angeles. Total project cost is $2.9 million. For this project, Metro provided a grant for up to $1.6 million, of which Lawndale receives $594,000. The county contribution to Lawndale is additional contribution is $239,000, leaving the city of Lawndale obligation at $186,500. This was original numbers from 2021. Originally, the city of Lawndale allocated $170,000 for the project based on the cost estimate of 2021. Now that the design is complete for this work, the estimate has gone up by $18,000, and it is $186,000. The staff is requesting an increase of allocation to provide our share, and additionally, staff is requesting rounding up the number to $30,000, what we're asking, because between now and construction, things are going to go up, and we just want to be ready. Any money not used of the city portion will be returned to the appropriate funds. Los Angeles County will manage this part of the project, and we are estimating going into construction early 2025. The recommendation here is to City Council authorize the city manager to execute this cooperative agreement between the city of Lawndale and the city and the county, and additionally authorize the appropriation of funds in the amount of $30,000 to this project for a budget of $200,000.
Okay. Thank you for that report. Let's hear from Ms. Cuevas.
I'm the one that likes to see numbers. This is coming out of Measure M, correct? Do we have enough funds? Funds are available. Okay. If we give $30,000, are we taking funds from any other projects that we're planning to do? At this point, no. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kearney?
Yeah, I have a question. I see Hawthorne is, I know they started work already on some of it. They said their balance is $133,500, and grant 52.6. LA County grant is 64.4, so they owe a balance of $16,500. Before I sign off on this, I want to see how much Hawthorne put into it already. Because if I'm not mistaken, we have a portion of Rosecrans as our light, a portion of from Mona to Ramona as our light, and a portion of Rosecrans as our light. I don't know why we're paying this amount of money. I want to see what Hawthorne's paid into this before I sign off on this. Even if it's Measure M money, I still want to see how much they're paying, because I think we're being used in this one.
So it sounds like you're saying you wanted to make sure that we're paying our fair proportion.
Correct, because all I see is what Hawthorne has left. I want to know how much they paid into it.
I see what you're saying. And how do we decide that, Mr. Public Works?
Sure, I can attempt to answer your question. What I reviewed on the plans, it's divided by city on the improvements are at these intersections on Rosecrans, it seems to be a fair share. That's why the cost is divided, the total cost per intersection, depending on the city. There's a table in the report that says the total cost of project by city is on page 1. And that shows the cost by city. This came from a cost estimate in 2021, and all I could find at this time is that it's a fair share depending on the improvements. Now, to know what each city has paid to date, I can only suspect that these amounts have been paid by grant, because if you look at the next column on that table, LA County, the Metropolitan Transportation Authority grant, Metro grant, shows how this money is distributed through the cities. Not each city receives some money from the grant, by the way. And then LA County proceeded to give additional funds on that table, leaving some cities that need to provide additional funds. Gardena, Hawthorne, and Lawndale. Hawthorne is less money because it's less improvements in their intersection to Rosecrans, as we understand it. And by the way, 200,000 that we're asking for, it's less than 10% of a project that should help the city quite a bit. It's a 2 million, almost 3 million project, and the city's contribution is not too big.
I'm like Councilwoman Cuevas. I would like to see how much Hawthorne's put into this already. Because you have Gardena over $1 million. We're over $1 million. LA County probably did work already in there. But because we only share those signals. We have, I think, one lane on the southbound of Rosecrans belongs to Lawndale, if I'm not mistaken. The other 3 lanes are Hawthorne. So to me, it should be a quarter here, 3/4 in Hawthorne. So I still like to see the amount, because right now I can't sign off on this. I don't know what Hawthorne put into it. Is it right? We need this right away, or?
Mayor, Council, I can answer that. Recover. This is they asked us to sign on. It was a COG had reached out to us, the South Bay COG. I believe that's related to this. And there was some deadlines. But we can bring it back in 2 weeks and
I'd
get
like
that
to see
information
what-
if it's the will of the council.
I'll just see what Hawthorne paid so far. But that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's hear from Ms. Cuevas.
I believe Hawthorne has newer equipment than us. When they did the Hawthorne corridor, they did a lot of changes at that area of Hawthorne and Rosecrans. If you look at the signs and all that, we still have the old style. They have the newer thing. So I believe that's how they're getting a lower amount.
That's Hawthorne and Rosecrans. You have Ramona, then you have Inglewood Avenue. Those are still the old signs on both sides of the street.
They have done a lot more work for their traffic signals and traffic studies than we have in the past 10 years.
I still like to see a number.
I could definitely find.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing the numbers as well, but I understand how it seems as if how the numbers were derived, rather than just slice it up evenly, by cities or entity. Some cities may have more work that need to be done, so I can see why one city, even if they have fewer, lights, could have a higher cost than a city, with fewer lights, signals or what have you, because of the amount of work that need to be done. That's what I think I heard you heard you say. So I'm not really that disturbed by the numbers, and whatever Hawthorne has paid to date, they still owe whatever they owe.
Yeah.
You know, you know, if they're going to participate or what have you. I do understand the importance of the project to move traffic along. You know, that's the whole idea behind syncing the traffic lights together, so it'd be less congestion, less wait time between cycles or what have you. But I'm okay with waiting if we want to see exactly how much Hawthorne has paid to date. Let's hear from Bernadette.
Oh, I'm okay with the report
You okay?
as it stands.
Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, Rhonda.
I would just like to say, I too would like to see, just so we know going into this, what Hawthorne is paying, all right? Only because we share that boulevard. Let's be specific on it. We're very specific tonight, so let's make sure that we're specific on this one too, and then we can go from there.
Okay. That's not a problem. If there's a consent, there's a consent.
Mayor, Council, we can bring it back in 2 weeks, and we'll get that updated information.
When is this due?
We'll bring it back.
Is this due like next week, or could it wait until?
I think we have
we come
another
back?
couple of weeks we can check. I
said
don't
that
think there was a hard deadline right now. We needed to just get it going, and that's when the previous Public Works interim was here. We got that in, so we can bring it back in 2 weeks. I think we'll be fine.
Good. Okay, without any objection, we'll bring that back in about 2 weeks. Let's move along to item F, the Beautification Committee amendment. Let's have the staff report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and distinguished members of the City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you this evening. The staff report you have before you is a recommendation to change existing protocols regulating the Beautification Committee, including lowering minimum membership and adjusting methods to remove inactive members. The Beautification Committee consists of Lawndale residents who volunteer their time to organize and plan events for the city to help beautify the city, including the twice annual cleanup weeks, one in the spring, one in the fall. Also, they do the holiday decorating contests, and they also do, most recently, art in public places. We have 7 open positions, but because we have 7 members, we require a quorum of 4. We do have 4 active members that are 100% participation. They do all the events, they do all the meetings. Unfortunately, we've also had members that had 0 participation, never attended a single meeting, never attended one event. And then we have a 5th member who is active when he can be there. He has participated, but his schedule is challenging. So what the ladies are asking is if they could drop the quorum down to 3 people and make it a 5-member panel so that they can have a break and basically get some rest, because the 4 of them have been carrying the committee for the entire time that I've been here. We are asking also to additionally make some changes to remove members who don't go to or don't participate, to be removed after 3 absences, or excuse me, after two absences, or 3 absences, or 2 unexcused absences. So those are the things we're recommending, and I'm available to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you for that report. Let's hear from Cuevas.
I do agree that we need to bring the number of members down. My question is, several of these members are elderly, and if they get sick and they miss 3 meetings, we're asking to remove them. Are we making an exception if it's a medical miss meeting?
We can certainly do that. We do that now. We do have, well, I don't want to get too personal, but there is.
But we try to do that.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and who makes the decision of removing someone?
It would be the members of the committee. So if they are comfortable because one of their members is ill or excused for other reasons, then we would never have to hear about it if they're comfortable with carrying the weight. But unfortunately, they've been carrying this weight for quite a long time, and because there was a member who fell ill, they're feeling the burden even more so. Plus, we've had to cancel a number of meetings because they couldn't have a quorum because they didn't have enough people.
And when there's no quorum, when do we tell them? When they arrive at the meeting, or are they reporting that they're not going to be there?
If they report to us if they're not going to be there, so we know to cancel it. But unfortunately, months ago, when they had meetings that they had to cancel because members weren't telling them they weren't going to be there. So that was what was upsetting the ladies. But yeah, the governing of this would all be within the committee. So if they have a member that they know to be ill or know to have personal issues going on, they don't have to bring it to our attention. They could just...
So staff will not get involved if I decide, well, let's say I'm part of that committee.
I mean,
There's
we could...
three of us, the quorum,
Yeah.
and Michael, you missed
Missed.
3 meetings or 2 consecutive meetings, and it's not working out. Staff will
We would
allow
leave it to the members to make that decision, the determination. If that person's not carrying their weight, they would let us know, and then we'd move forward with giving them, asking them to resign.
And
as
how
non-active member.
How are we recruiting these members?
We put the recruitment out at every event, at Coffee with a Cop, at Neighborhood Watch meetings. We just brought it up. I spoke at the Neighborhood Watch meeting last week, and I mentioned please sign up. We didn't get any signatures. We did get a lot of people interested in the next meeting for Neighborhood Watch, but not for the Beautification Committee. So it's just challenging. It is a lot of time spent on this. It is voluntary. So it's difficult to recruit members.
And talking about voluntary, we have several family members of a member that come out and volunteer, but I've been told that they can't be part of the committee, but they could volunteer.
There are restrictions on who can become members. Spouses are not allowed to both be on the same committee.
But they could volunteer.
They can volunteer, sure. Or they can volunteer for the events, they couldn't be voting at the meetings and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, volunteers at the events, we always welcome, family member or not.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, you still want?
No. Well, I know we have 2 members here that maybe one of them would like to speak up about.
No.
Okay, one member. One member. Would you like to speak about the committee?
I don't think.
Could we have that done? Could we do that?
We could, but I don't think she was
As it is right
wanting
now,
to
our meeting for
speak.
September. Hi, I'm Olga Sierra Gonzalez. I'm the chairperson right now. As it is, our September meeting was canceled because one of our members is not feeling well. And we've been struggling, especially now with the project that you guys have asked us to do, the artwork on the utility boxes. We're having trouble having a quorum, having a meeting, because we don't have enough members. And then we have one member who is abstaining from participating with the project. So we are really struggling, and we can't bring to you the artwork that we want to present to you because we can't have a meeting. So it would be nice if we can bring down the amount of members. Be nice. I don't know any other way to promote our committee. Mike has been talking about what's been done, and it's true. Neighborhood Watch, we did talk about it. We had someone who was interested in coming to our meeting, and unfortunately, because we had to cancel, we didn't get to meet that person. Hopefully, if they're watching, they'll know that we're going to have our meeting next month, and we plan on being there. Every event, we're having trouble with our cleanup days, where people aren't showing up. We've had, Shirley knows that, Pat, you know, Mr. Mayor, you know that as well. We haven't had much luck in the last year and a half. The last 3-4 cleanup days that we've had almost zero participation from the community. We used to have the scouts. We don't have the scouts anymore. We don't have the churches. I know get flyers. They know about it. They don't show up. The high schools now don't show up either. I know Letty has tried very hard to make sure that we don't have our cleanup on beach cleanup days, because we know the teenagers are going to want to go to the beach and do cleanup versus coming to the city. So we need help from you guys as well to promote our committee. Otherwise, I don't see it getting better. I see it getting worse, where this committee may disappear. And I've been on this committee since 1995. I don't want to see it disappear. I love my city, but I just don't know what else to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a new one.
It's a new, okay.
It's
yes,
a new one.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for you. Do you think that ever since we stopped incentivizing the residents with the Wiener Schnitzel hot dog, they stopped coming to us? Because now all we do is give them a Gatorade or a water. Should we be looking into putting funds to give our volunteers a free hot dog? Or should we be working with someone, one of our vendors, so that they could get something out of it?
Most definitely. We actually, at our last, one of our cleanup, we have our cleanup days between just the committee that we pick an area and we go out and clean so that the citizens can see, hey, there's someone out here, there's a committee. We went to Wendy's. They said they would pass the information on to the manager. Letty did go and talk to them. They never got back to us. I'd love to see the south side of the city being cleaned up. Taco Bell, I believe, has been reached out. El Campero has been, Letty has reached out as well. But a lot of these places are not responding. So the very first time we had the cleanup here, actually, we were ready to buy pizzas from Costco, not just little Danishes or fruit and Gatorade and water. We actually were ready to get food for them, but we didn't have a big turnout, so that they weren't going to spend that kind of money and have all this food just go to waste.
So
I agree that, yes.
If we could find a partner,
that would be
maybe
great.
a taco place or mom and pop's the one's business to come in.
That is what we've been looking for, but we've had no luck. And I'm sorry that Wiener Schnitzel decided to part ways with us. That was a great spot. They were making money. I mean, we were paying for one portion of their drinks, and they were making money because kids didn't just go in for hot dogs. Once you go in, you want to buy more, purchase more food.
If we buy certificates, let's say we decide to use Wendy's and we buy $5 certificates, you think that will help?
Oh, I'm sure it will. We just have to get these places to.
Our funds, we might have funds that could be used for that type, to purchase the $5 certificate to Wendy's or towards Taco Bell and all that. If we have funds that we could use, maybe we incentivize the kids, the youngsters, to come out and help. I've been to several of these cleanups, and it's only 3 of us or 4 of us doing the cleanup, and no one else comes.
We did see a significant drop in membership and volunteerism when the incentivization of Wiener Schnitzel went away. I can begin working on that tomorrow if the council wishes that to be the direction. We might have to ask for some extra budget money, but not a lot. So
that's my opinion.
And I would say that that's something that's going to have to come back to council as a new item, because tonight we're really just talking about the makeup of whether it's 5 or 7 on the committee. And I know that this is important in terms of the long term, but we are getting a bit of field of the actual agenda item.
But it's also putting these ladies and gentlemen that are part of the committee, bringing them down, because they're not seeing our support. And that's why I kind of wanted to bring this up.
No, I understand. I appreciate it. That's why I kind of let it go a little bit. I figure when we get to that threshold, the city attorney would chime in, and you did exactly that. But we do appreciate that, and we definitely, you heard the comments.
Thank you for listening.
There's some other ideas as well that we need to
I appreciate it.
Let's get Suarez in here real quick. If you still
Hi, thank you. Yes. No, I'm not going to, I basically, a lot of what Shirley said or Councilmember Cueva said, I do agree with. I think that there needs to be a further discussion of the budget for this group and how we can make changes, how we can incentivize people, how maybe we can even spend a little bit of ad money to try and get more participation. I think, it's frustrating when you're trying to bring have public participation on some of these committees, and you're not seeing it. So I think we might want to invest a little bit. With that being said, I fully support reducing the amount just so that there's a quorum, and I look forward to seeing this back on the agenda and how we can make this a booming committee.
And with that, before we move on, I'm also encouraging us to build a stronger relationship with Environmental Charter High. It seemed like that was the case some years ago, but I haven't seen their participation in a while, and that's their motto is environment, so it fits right within their wheelhouse. So I don't want to run the riot of the city attorney. If there's
If there's no questions, I'll motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll motion to approve. Sorry, I just motion without asking you.
I'll second it.
Could I just clarify? I know that there was one thing.
There was two.
There are two items, but the staff's recommendation was to reduce to 5, and then with respect to if members miss, that they would be automatically off. And what I thought I heard was that you wanted that to be permissive, so that the rule would be that if they miss it 3 in a row or 2 without notification, then they could be voted off, but it wouldn't be automatic.
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, depending on their circumstances. And I think they also said that's kind of how
That's how they do it right
their
now.
practice now. So.
You know that, Robert.
Okay, with that, the motion's been made by Cuevas.
I second it.
Seconded by Kearney. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, will the council please vote?
For item number 8F, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next item is fireworks suppression plans update.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and distinguished members of the City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you this evening. The staff report you have before you is an update of the results for the 2024 illegal fireworks suppression plan. For the past 4 years, this plan has been in effect every year, the 4th of July and the days leading up to the 4th. We have raised the prices on tickets in the past 2 years to $2,500. This year's plan, we issued 33 citations for illegal fireworks use and possession. Also, every year, this is an evolving and growing plan. Every year it has changed, and we learn things from the previous year. So this was a throwback to the 2021-2022 plan, in which we only had sheriff's deputies writing citations. No city staff were involved this year. We did issue 33 cites. Cites were issued all over the community, including 12 were issued in RD 0333, 5 were issued in RD 0334, 7 were issued in RD 0332, and 9 were in RD1. So it was a good spread and good mix of citations. This number was a little less than previous years, obviously, because we didn't have city staff, which wrote a bulk of the cites last year. However, one of the other reasons for the lower number is that deputies are now required to wear body cameras, and every contact they have with the resident on any call they're on, they have to download that information at the South LA station, and they have to put notes on that. So every contact that was made requires the deputies to leave the city. So that did slow things down. And again, the secondary part of that is that there was no assistance from city staff this year. With the upcoming ad hoc committee on fireworks, we will be able to address a lot of things in a tighter discussion. So that's all for now. If there's any questions, I can answer them.
Hoffman Gorman. Yes, ma'am.
So, speaking of the fireworks suppression ad hoc committee, again, I would like to see that group meet as soon as possible, because we have New Year's Eve coming at us right around the corner. And again, illegal fireworks are illegal on New Year's Eve too. And so something needs to be done and a plan needs to be in place, and it is not too soon to start the 4th of July for next year's planning. I think that that's one of the areas in which we fall behind, is we let usually it be spring before we start speaking about it, and we should not let the grass grow underneath our feet and keep doing what we're doing. The word's got to get out there to these people, or they're going to continue to get the $2,500 fine.
I agree. Ms. Suarez.
Thank you. So I had a question about, so you said there are 33 citations issued and then 9 people appealed. So does that mean so the people that did not appeal, all of them paid the fine?
Unfortunately, no. We've had 11 sites paid, and $33,000 has been collected. Still $44,000 is outstanding for the people that didn't pay for their citations yet. And then in the appeal process, 3 were overturned.
3 were overturned.
So $7,500 won't be collected because it was the hearing officer sided with the resident that there wasn't enough evidence for the sites. So those were dismissed.
Wait, sorry. So you're saying that
So
3 were
when-
overturned outside of the appeal? Like separate from the appeals?
No. In the appeal process, nine of the 33 chose to appeal their citations. We have internal hearings. The hearing officer sided with the resident on 3 of those 9. So those 3 were basically dismissed, those tickets. The other 6 paid.
So all the other that didn't appeal, are any of them, because I remember a few years back, we had people showing up saying it couldn't have been me. So like, for example, last year, or the year before when we started implementing this, is there ever every single person gets issued the citation? Or are there some that have been forgiven outside of that? Like it's been deemed that there wasn't enough evidence? Or are we requiring every single person that gets a citation? Are there any waived before the appeal process? Meaning they don't have to go through the appeal process, but they've come to the city and asked for it to be waived, and has it been waived?
Well, I don't understand. You mean, the appeal is where it would be waived.
But are there any that skip the appeal process, essentially?
No, well, that would just mean if they come in and say, "Oh, it wasn't me," and I'd say, "Oh, okay, no problem." No. we make them do the full thing. They have to appeal it, yeah.
So in all the years that we've been doing this, every single person has had to either pay the fine or it's outstanding, and then if they have paid the fine, they have to go through the appeal process.
Yeah, they would have to pay the fine to appeal, and then if it's dismissed by the hearing officer, then they would get their money back. They do have a second option. In fact, they have an option if they want to bypass our hearing altogether. They don't have to go through any of our hearing. They can just challenge it in the court of law. So they can go to Los Angeles Superior Court. And in fact, some people from last year that didn't get their hearings overturned, in fact, quite a few people went that route because it's such a large dollar amount.
Okay, but everybody that got issued a citation had to pay the fine and then go through the appeal process if they wanted it removed.
You can get a financial hardship waiver.
Yes.
So in that case, if you financially can't afford to pay it, then you could.
But so I'll rephrase it. So anybody that wanted to appeal the fireworks citation had to go through the appeal process. Anybody that wanted to fight it, or the court of law.
Or the court of law, correct.
Okay.
So they don't have to go through ours. They might find more success going through to a judge and saying it wasn't me. They have both those options.
Okay, I was just curious. Okay, if any were overturned, because I know a few requests that we got. I wasn't sure what the criteria was. If they came and it was like obvious that it wasn't them. If we had like an alternative mechanism for determining, there's no way. Like say, I don't know how they would prove that, but they could say, I have video camera on my Ring camera that surrounds my house, and it shows that I wasn't home, and that it was vacant, and maybe someone went and light the firework. It's just a theoretical, but I'm just wondering if there's alternatives if we are really hard and make everybody go through the appeal process.
Yeah, and in fact, this year, because the staff was not involved, everything was by deputies, so I didn't second guess any deputies. Everybody had to go through the appeal process who chose to challenge the citation.
Okay. I'm just wondering how the process is improving over the years since we've implemented it. So that was my question, but thank you.
So in 2021, we wrote 20 sites. In 2022, we wrote 40. 2023, we wrote almost 90, but again, we had city staff involved. And then this year, we're back to 33. So we're right in the average for when deputies do it alone. But again, they are slowed by the fact that they have to download every contact at South LA Station.
Thank you.
Sorry. How are we collecting the outstanding
Everything is processed through Data Ticket. So Data Ticket handles all the collections. So anything that not paid, not just fireworks, but parking tickets, code cases they go to collections. They'll be they'll be put on franchise tax board, will be notified. So wages can be garnished, taxes can be withheld. So just the regular collection process.
And is there like interest or penalties every month that you missed, or every 3 months you miss paying?
There is actually, we probably actually lose some money in those instances, because when it goes to collections, it's subcontract out to another agency, which means they get a portion of whatever they collect. If they don't collect anything, and some people don't pay ever, so those will just be on that person's credit history. So they're not paying financially, but they're being punished still, which is our goal is to get people to stop doing this behavior. But like any collections, if you don't pay and you never pay, it'll just go on your credit rating. So we might never see the money in some cases.
But you said it also could go into the franchise or
Franchise tax board, so that person could have their wages garnished, and they could also it could go to, wages could be garnished, taxes could be withheld by the franchise tax board. And then this is the process for all the citations we write, not just fireworks, but of course, parking tickets, $30, $40 versus a $2,500 site. So we are seeing quite a few more appeals based on the number of sites we write for fireworks as compared to parking tickets or code cases.
And then on your little drawing or in your map, you put 3 citations for 1 little star?
Well, we took the addresses off because we don't want to put public record.
Right, but is that the same?
No, that's 3 different houses in that same little.
3 different houses.
Yeah, you wouldn't, if you were lighting a firework at 7 o'clock and then you got caught at 8 o'clock, you're not going to get another one at 10 o'clock if you're still doing it. We could look at that if you want.
Why not, if I get a ticket at 7, go in for a barbecue for a couple of hours and come back out at 10, and blow up more.
I'm fine with it. I'm good with that. If that's the wishes of the council that might be something we talk about in the ad hoc committee, though, if you want repeat offenders. One of the reasons we didn't do it previous years because it was city staff. So city staff was not making contact with violating parties. We would document it and mail the ticket. So for that reason, someone who got a ticket at 7 o'clock isn't going to know they got a ticket till 3 days later when they get it in the mail. So that's why we wouldn't write a second cite, because they don't even know they got the first one.
Okay.
So, and which also led to many more sites, because we could just write it down, document it, and then go to the next place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You answered a question that I had about what happens if they fail to pay or win an appeal. How are people made aware of the repercussions? Because these are administrative citations, which is different from there's no criminal penalties applied to it, and there's no jail time applied to it, whatever. They're administrative, so it's easy to kind of just dismiss administrative, citations or what have you. But are people aware of the repercussions and ramifications of not paying? Or once they lost their appeal, or they didn't even appeal it at all?
Well, I let people know that there's repercussions for all the tickets they get if they don't, because a lot of people say, I'm not going to pay that. And I was like, okay, well, it doesn't go away. That's one of the challenges when I spoke to the council about the homeless, because there's no there's nothing that you can't cite a homeless person. There's no garnishes to wage. There's no taxes that you can withhold. But people that work and people that are regular citizens, the penalties are real, because if they don't pay these things, it will follow them. So I do tell people that will happen with business owners and all the people that ask questions of things like this. I don't know if they know it or not, what the repercussions are, but if they ask me, I certainly tell them.
So I would suggest that when we doing our outreach for this year, whether it's New Year's or the 4th of July, that we also include that in there, because sometimes that can be the incentive. If I know possibly my wages can be garnished and they're going to send me to the franchise tax board, I might look at it a little differently. It's not like if you get a ticket on your car, let's say a parking ticket, that's going to come back to you in a few months, right? Because you're going to have to satisfy it before you can renew your driver's license, not your driver's license, but your plate, license plate. But this is different in that you can just dismiss it, for years later, and you look on your credit report, and it's on your credit report. Of course, there's steps before they get on the credit report. I understand that. It's when it goes to debt collection and stuff like that, then that's on your credit report, because there's an outstanding debt. But I think if they know before, if they, for whatever reason, get a ticket because it was discharging illegal fireworks, and far as I'm paying, that might give them an additional incentive to actually pay the fine rather than just dismiss it. That's just a suggestion.
Yeah, I know we can certainly add that and advertise that and make people aware of that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I think we're good on this item.
Yeah.
Okay. We ready to receive and file it? Okay. Without any objection, we will receive and file this report. Thank you for that report. Okay. Let's have our item 8H, adopt a resolution approving the transfer agreement between Los Angeles County Flood Control District and the City of Lawndale. Yes, sir.
On July 2018, Measure W and the Safe Clean Water programs were created. As a result, cities must create programs in their jurisdictions to use the monies collected from here. The city receives about $230,000 to be used for stormwater projects from these funds. In June 2024, the Los Angeles County Flood Control District updated the original agreement and requires cities now to execute the revised agreement in order for the cities to keep receiving funds. The changes were minimal. They are information on how to provide the annual reporting guidelines for that, and also they increase the length to use the funds. So this agreement is lessons learned over the years and how to make it better for cities. The agreement must be signed by city manager, and therefore staff recommends that City Council authorize city manager to execute the transfer agreement and related documents. And number 2, adopt the attached resolution approving the transfer agreement between the City of Lawndale and the LA County Flood Control District for the city annual allocations of funds for the program, basically.
Okay. Thank you for that report. Any discussion on this item? Okay, what is the pleasure of this body concerning item 8H?
Well, if there's no discussion, I'll go with staff recommendation of item 1 and 2.
Right, item 1 and 2, okay. Okay. Motion made by Kearney. Then we go with staff recommendation, and seconded by Hoffman Gorman. The recommendation is for the city manager to execute the transfer agreement and to adopt said resolution approving the transfer agreement. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, with the council please vote?
For item number 8H, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next item, 8I, funds 286 SB 1381, local assistance program grant budget amendment. Who wants to
It's
give
me
this one?
again.
Yes, yes, sir.
In September 2016, Senate Bill 1383 was passed to help implement the reduction of organic waste and edible food that typically ended up in the trash. So the program helps divert all these organics and food from the landfill to compost facilities. The city has received 2 grants under this Senate bill. one for $47,000 and one for $88,000 recently in 2024 for diversion projects. The city plans to purchase countertop kitchen receptacles to distribute to residents, so they place them in their kitchen and divert these foods from the trash and dispose of them accordingly. And in addition, the city will create educational materials to also distribute to the community, explaining the program and the benefits of it. The recommendation is that City Council authorize Public Works staff to recognize the grant revenues and authorize the expenditure of the grant funds in accordance with the Local Assistance Grant Program guidelines. We're seeking authorization, basically.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that report. Any discussions on the report? Okay, we have two. Let's hear from Cuevas.
The $135,000, it's a grant, is that the full amount we got from the grant, or is that a portion of the grant?
That is the full grant. It came in two pieces. In 2022, we received $47,000, and in 2024, we received $88,000.
And is there a date that we have to spend it by?
Yes, we are getting close to spending the money. It's the deadlines, and therefore we decided a good project which mimics the guidelines. By the way, the guidelines suggest provide these receptacles to every household, and that's what we're planning to use. But the most important portion of this is really creating the educational materials, and we plan to put them on our website, create these pamphlets so they're available for people to
Well,
obtain.
I know the website and flyers are good, but are we planning to do like an education meeting, like have something out there? Because a lot of people nowadays, including myself, I get a flyer or a pamphlet, I look at it, it goes in the trash. It goes in the recycler, not in the trash, in the recycling bin. I know several people that started doing the food scraps. Green little containers, we hang it on our kitchen drawer. But then a few of them felt that they were the only ones doing it, and they stopped doing it. Also, they can't use plastic bags, and the little containers have to get all moldy and ugly. So are we going to educate them on what they need to do? And are we going to have enough money to give every household this, or how are we participating in the program?
I believe we are purchasing 5,000, or we're going to start with a smaller number, and they are available for residents to come and pick them up from Public Works yard. And they will see the response, obviously, and we will have more. Regarding your question about having actually a class, I think it's a great idea of having a meeting and explain the program itself, how to do it, and benefits of it. Additionally, we may be able to buy some composting barrels, I believe they're called, and people that may want those, we can also provide some. There's the multiple ideas. We have to see how the program is received by the community. But absolutely, we will include some sort of a class or meeting to distribute the information.
And you know, as Latinos, we try to follow the steps, but sometimes we just forget that we're doing what we have to do. So are we gonna do one, let's say, send one flyer and then say, that's it? Or are we gonna have continuous education for our residents to remind them to continue to do the recycling?
Absolutely. It's, I don't think we're going to spend all the money at first because one grant is new. But I think it can definitely be an ongoing program, and we will be cognizant of that, and we'll be careful in doing so. And we have to see, again, we have to see the reception of the public of our ideas, and by all means, it's going to be multi different languages, and we're going to monitor, and at some point in the future, I will provide you with an update of how we're doing with that program.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see who was next. We got 2 and 1. You already went, right?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem.
You got 1. Okay. Okay, Suarez.
Okay. Director Rodriguez, I had a question or a couple questions for you, similar to what Councilmember Cuevas has asked. I think she addressed the first one, which is, do we actually have a budget in the instant that every single resident requested, a composting barrel, if we had the budget? But, I understand it's probably not going to be the case, but that was one of my questions, so I think you've already kind of addressed it. The other is more of a recommendation. What I have seen that seems to be effective, and I think I've seen other cities do them, is if you can't have a training session, there's like little video tutorials that work very well. They use maybe some kind of, I forget what you call it, motion graphics, showing, this is what you can throw in the green waste, this is what you can't. And I also think that that's going to be helpful if we're giving out compost bins, because I think some people may not, I don't know, how it works and at what time you're going to start seeing it compost, and can I put, those advertised compost plastic bags that they say can be, just those questions that I think would be very helpful if we are going to be giving residents those tools. So that was just a suggestion. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for the ideas, both, and we will do something.
Thank you, Dave. Pat Kearney.
Oh, yeah, I have a couple questions. I believe our trash company is supposed to be doing most of this. So why is the city of Lawndale taking it on? The public's supposed to be doing the composting. They're supposed to have the barrels. So why, and they had the video, I believe, too. I think, saw the video. So why is the city taking this over when our trash company is supposed to be doing this?
Thank you for the question. It's very good, because you are correct. The trash company does pick up one of the bins is for these materials. However, this is a different grant for people. By experience, I guess I'm talking here. People put the food scraps in the trash. I think it's beneficial to keep it on the kitchen top of somewhere that makes sense, and then you have something that you can put at the next week in the trash. What we're going to do, and thank you for the suggestion, is link any videos that the trash company has. We will put it on our website. I think it's mostly an educational program, but to your point, the trash company does pick up a third bin. I forget the color at this time, the green one.
Waste.
They do pick it up. So please keep using the system. This is just so you have a place to collect it at home, and once a week maybe you put it out.
And they also give classes on composting, and they also hand out the little barrels if you want them. My recommendation for the city to buy is recycled bags that break down in the trash. You can buy them at Vons, but they're very expensive, because I buy them. Maybe we should use some of that money to buy the residents the recycled composting bags to put the food waste in.
Sure. Thank you for the suggestions. We're looking for ideas, so I appreciate it.
Ms. Rose.
Sorry, I didn't want to make this longer, but from what I understand from, I think it was, I forget the numbers, but the law that came out, SB, was it 1383? I can't remember. Perhaps our city attorney can remind us, but from what I understood, to address Councilmember Kearney's question, is it was in phases that this law was implemented, and so I think we're getting into the second stage of it. So there was some changes made with the waste haulers, and then now it's on, I think, the second part where the cities have to address certain items. And then also just a reminder that I believe you can also use paper bags, so you don't necessarily need to use composting, but the literature that I had read, you can actually put paper bags into the food waste.
Paper
Yeah.
bags, yeah.
So I don't know if the city attorney wants to explain that part of it at all.
Sure, yes, you're right, it was Senate Bill 1383. And the part that we're in right now, or what you're discussing tonight, were some grant funds that were made available under the bill or under the implementation of the bill. And rather than those going to the waste haulers, those went directly to the cities so that the cities could take efforts. That's the only reason you're here, because you're right. The waste haulers have the primary under the law, the cities have the primary responsibility. Under most waste hauler franchise agreements around California, the waste haulers have the primary responsibility. But because of these grant funds and because of the need to have outreach efforts, you're here discussing what efforts you're going to take tonight. I hope that answers the question, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that discussion. I was going to also add that got the clarification for Republic Services, so this is separate from the Republic Services obligation. And I do take note that you can use the paper bags. However, one thing I've been meaning to bring up before, not necessarily in the council meeting, if you put the paper bags, at least this has been my experience a few times, in the green waste, like you're supposed to, and there's not a lot of green waste, but you have the paper bags. For some reason, they don't pick them up. Republic does not pick them up for whatever reason. You come home at the end of the day, it's still there. But then if I get a lot of green waste and I put it in there with the green waste, and there's obviously a lot of green waste, then they will pick it up. I don't know if there's a threshold where you have to have a certain amount of green waste for them to pick it up. And if they see just not plastic bags, but brown paper bags, they won't pick it up. That's happened several occasions. So now if I don't have green waste, right, I don't put the can out until I get enough green waste to cover it up, right, to fool them into taking it away. So that's something maybe we need to talk to Republic about. But my question is, how do we measure compliance? How do we know that people had scrap? Obviously, you can go through their trash and you can find all the chicken bones and all the, all the orange peels and things of that nature. But notwithstanding that, how do we?
The compliance with the trash company or the compliance with our city program?
With our city, with both our city program, because we're doing the city program so we can comply with the Senate Bill 1383.
The measure for us, for city and this item, is that we need to spend the money in some fashion for the better of the community. And we believe the best is really some tutorials and that kind of activity. Now with the trash company, they are supposed to give us numbers, and there's annual reports that we do receive, but that's with Republic and all that. And I'm having some meetings with them, so I'm going to ask all these questions. So I'm aware of all these measures, and we can share them at some point.
Okay.
But our requirement is spend the funds in something that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, because I was just wondering, how do we know we're compliant? And if they don't pick up they don't pick up the scraps because there's no green waste, then I'm forced to put it in the black bin, rather than collect, the flies and all the stuff that comes with it, sitting for a whole another week. So I was just wondering. Thanks for that clarification. Have we had enough discussion on this item? It seems like we have. What's the pleasure of this body concerning this item?
All motion to approve?
Okay. It's been motioned by Cuevas that we approve the adoption of the transfer agreement, of the local assistant program grant budget amendment, and seconded by Hoffman Gorman?
Yep.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, would the council please vote? All righty.
For item number 8I, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay. Next item is purchase of a vehicle for Community Development Department.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is, as you said, purchase a vehicle for community development using ARPA funding.
Your mic?
It's on, I think so. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, but yeah.
Okay, so again, this is to you, purchase a vehicle for community development using ARPA funding. As you know, just a quick background, 7.7 million was received for ARPA funding. We have about 7.6 million left, or 7.6 million has been used and or budgeted appropriated for it, so we have about 61,000 remaining. So the plan was to go ahead and use this to purchase a vehicle for the Community Development Department. My understanding is their current vehicle is old, it's fully depreciated, and I believe it needs some major repairs, both electrical and suspension issues, and most likely those costs would exceed the value of the car. I believe community development would use this for inspections, site plan reviews, or if they go to trainings, seminars, or any meetings outside of the city, this would be available for them. So recommendation is for council to approve the purchase and amend the budget 40,000 using the ARPA funds.
40,000. Okay, thank you for the report. Ms. Flores.
Yes, I had a question about whether, are we replacing a vehicle, or is this a completely new vehicle? The department hasn't had one, and now we're purchasing one.
So no, they do have one, it's being replaced.
Okay, okay, that was my question, thank you.
All righty. Ms. Cuevas.
Two things. Do we have any other vehicles that are not being used that could be used for them? And the other thing is, are we trying to sell the current vehicle to get at least $5,000 or whatever they give us at auction to make up the difference on the, because that will only leave us with $40,000, no, $20,000 of ARPA. And I thought ARPA was to be used also for the community, not just for things that we need here with staff.
Yes. All of that's true, yes. As far as, I forgot the first part of your question.
Are we auctioning?
So, yeah, I mean, it'll go through the appropriate disposal part of it, so most likely it will go to auction, and that money will go back into the general fund, so it can't be mixed with the ARPA funding, because it's two separate funding sources, so that whatever it sells for will go back into the general fund. And I do not believe there's any other vehicles that would be available for them. I think everything is being currently used by the different departments.
Could we sell it first? And let's say we get $5,000, and then instead of using 40, we use 35?
I mean, I guess that'd be
Is that something-
decision to be made more with community development. If they want, if that's something that they would be okay to do, we can go down that route as well.
Okay. Thank you.
What would be the difference? I didn't follow that.
It's, if you sell it, you have cash on hand that you could put let's say, $5,000 towards the car, and then you use $35,000 from ARPA. So you're not using your full ARPA amount, and then you have, instead of 20,000 or 21,000, you'll have 26,000 to use
Right.
towards the community, not.
Or you use the ARPA funds 100%, and then you sell the car, and then you still have the same amount of money. It's just,
It's, yes, but it
doing the same
looks,
thing.
to our residents, it might look different if you do it the other way around, because you're using government funds towards the community, not our regular funds.
I got you. I just wondered, is that again, or we've already we've done that before, right? Okay. Yeah, that part is kind of confusing.
I like your idea, Shirley, but the vehicles we've sold, we've never got $5,000 for any of them. I think the last one, I believe I asked somebody to research, I think it was Ron, and we came back like $250 for a vehicle.
Yeah, we don't normally.
You don't get $5,000 resale.
No.
No.
Because most of it's fully depreciated, it needs work,
Yeah.
so there's not much value to these vehicles right now.
Where are we?
Yeah, what kind of vehicles are we buying?
It's like we have right now, the hybrid.
They can't even use them, right? Are they allowed to use them? That's why the price is so low?
I think they're using it, but I don't think it's in very good shape right now.
No, I'm talking about if we sell it to someone, isn't it like a lifespan on it where you would be out of compliance if you use it? Like we couldn't sell it to another city, obviously, because they would be in the same position that we're in.
Yeah.
With.
So we're looking for a recommendation?
That's the question.
Yeah,
You good?
'Cause I know,
You
you're
good?
not gonna get $5,000 for it.
Oh, okay.
Because that's probably what you have to put into it, and it's not, resale's not that high.
Okay.
Paying $5,000 to fix it though, and it lasts versus 40,000. I mean, I don't know. I just grew up in a family where we use our cars and you just kept fixing them until they basically run them to the ground. But I understand we have certain policies that we do have to follow, but I guess I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah, that would make sense.
So are we looking for a recommendation?
Yeah,
I'll
let's
go
do a
stock recommendation, buy a new car and sell the old one for $250. Probably what we'll get.
I guess I'll second that.
Okay. So the motion's been made by Kearney and seconded by Cuevas. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, would the council please vote?
For item number 8J, the motion passes with Mayor Pro Tem Suarez voting no.
I think this goes off by itself. Next item on the agenda is the Lawndale Public Financing Authority item, the annual accounting of the Lawndale Public Financing Authority financial activities.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. So this is the requirement between the Lawndale Public Financing Authority, which established the JPA back in 2009. So the requirement annually that we go over the financial activities of this fund. Really, the only thing in this fund, and the reason this was set up was for the 2009 tax allocation bond issue, which was $20,545,000 back then. So the only activities in here is basically they get money from the ROPS to pay the bond payments, and in fiscal year ended June 30, 2024, the remaining balance is $16,750,000. We started the year with $17,120,000. Principal payment of $370,000 was made, and that's how we come up with the $16,750,000. And then in the staff report, you can see the schedule. The bond payments are expected to continue through fiscal 2045. And in the next fiscal year, June 30 ending 25, the full payment will be $1,294,700, which is comprised of $385,000 of principal and then $909,700 of interest. And that concludes my report. I believe this is just the receive and file.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the report. Any discussion on the report? Okay, so we'll receive and file that without objection. Next item is item 10, City Manager's Report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just an update, we are having at the community center, a community input meeting on the youth development center. It'll be on Saturday, 9/21 at 10 a.m. on the third floor. So everyone's invited, please participate. And they're also going to have a discussion of the Parks and Recs and Social Service meeting on 9/23 here at the City Council Chambers at 6:30 p.m. And then I want to make an announcement from Municipal Services Department. We're pleased to announce the upcoming cleanup week scheduled to take place from September 21st to September 29th, with cleanup day being on September 28th. Additionally, there will be bulky item drop-off service available to assist residents with disposal of large items. The drop-off service will occur on September 22nd and September 28th at the Public Works Yard. This concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. City Manager. Items from the City Council members, 11A. Let's have who's going to kick off 11A regarding legislative lobbyists?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This item before you this evening is the consideration and direction for a legislative lobbyist, RFP. This is a result of a follow-up conversation after the July 15th City Council meeting, whereby Councilmember Rhonda Hoffman-Gorman requested City Council to discuss the idea of bringing on a federal lobbyist. Staff has drafted the attached RFP for lobbyist services. And at this point, we're looking for your direction as to how you would like to proceed.
Okay. Any discussion on this item? Anyone want to discuss it?
Well, if somebody does.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't see the screen. Suarez.
Yes, hi, thank you. Just from a point of clarification, from the last time that we discussed this, we talked about specific situations in which we would need it, and I guess I couldn't, in the staff report, see, was there a budget for this?
No, there was not. The idea was for staff to bring back just the draft RFP, and then for council to review it and let us know if you'd like to move forward. With that RFP, we would ask for a cost proposal.
For the cost of an ongoing contract or for a specific?
For the services that are noted in the RFP, if there's items that you would like to add, we could add those before the RFP goes out, because it's still in draft form.
Okay, so I guess that's why I was trying to understand, because I didn't see an amount. So it seemed to me that it looked like it was an ongoing contract that we were asking for. Or, I mean, when I had read, I guess, the scope of work, it mentioned what the firms could do. So I was trying to determine if it was a long-term or a short-term, like how long was it going to go on at that point? But
it's up to you to let us know how you would like to put the
I
RFP
see.
out.
Okay, I'll let my other colleagues speak. I may have questions later.
Yeah, I have a question too. Cuevas. Pat. Turn it.
This is just to go out RFP, right? Correct?
Correct. This is
There's
just
no
a draft.
amounts in it till we see we get back, correct?
Correct.
That's
What we
I thought it
did
was,
was
yeah.
we just drafted potential scope of services based on the services that are provided by lobbyists.
Yeah.
We're asking them to provide a quote for each service, and any service that we did not note in the RFP. If there's a service that you would like to add, we can add that at this time.
Okay.
If you want us to also note how long you expect to utilize their services, we can include that in the RFP as well. Whatever it is you would like to add in this RFP, this is what we're presenting to you and looking for your feedback.
Well, let's move forward with the RFP first. We don't know how long we use the services. I know we had was it Church before? For many years. And times got lean and we had to let go of them.
David, yeah.
So we can't put a stamp on how long we're going to use it for.
Do you remember how, if I may ask a question, do you remember how long ago that was that you?
I was in my 50s, so I'll have to be 90 years ago.
90 years ago, okay.
Yeah, it was. No,
In the 90s,
no,
okay.
2010 we had church still.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, 2010.
Yeah, when I first got on the council, we had them for a little, period.
Okay.
And it was a yearly, based on a yearly thing.
So it was an annual, one-time kind of fee?
That's it. Thank you.
It may be worth, if you want to give direction, it may be worth asking for a fee proposal for the remainder of the current fiscal year, and then a second fee proposal for an annual basis thereafter. A lot of cities, when they have legislative lobbyists like this, will include it as part of the annual budget, and so you would know sort of on an annual basis how much would be spent. So if you want to give that direction to Ms. Felton, I think that would
What
be
are they based
appropriate.
on when we got the proposal back? If we wanted to fit it, are we doing calendar year or fiscal year?
In general, they do fiscal years. So
Okay.
so as I say, you could ask for the remainder of this fiscal year to June 30th, and then
Okay.
also include a fee proposal for, say, the first full year after that, so that you would have some idea if that's the way that you guys are thinking
Okay.
about going.
Yeah.
Got it.
That sounds good. Yes, ma'am. Cuevas.
I believe Pat answered the question, but in the past, when we've used the lobbyists, it was just a year to year, or how would it work?
It's year-to-year contract.
And who's on top of the lobbyists to make sure that we're getting 100% of their attention?
City manager.
We are.
Okay, because I don't want to, let's say we go on RFP and we pick someone, I don't want those funds to go nowhere, and we are not getting 1 cent from the government, but we're paying this one person. Are we also asking our other cities who they recommend so that we could put it out there and make our decision?
No, you got to do an RFP.
Okay, but once the RFP comes, could we get some other cities that are working with them recommendation on who?
I'm sure.
Mayor, Council, we
RFP
could-
has cities that
Yes,
they work
part-
for already, yes.
Yeah, we would look at references, and we can certainly do that, go around. After the RFP comes in, you make your selection, depending on what the RFP says. We can check on the references and check with other cities on their background.
I would like to add what Greg said, do it for the remaining of this fiscal period and then see how much it'll cost us for a full year.
Right. I agree with that. Ms. Suarez.
These, no questions, these are mainly comments. But for me, I'm trying to understand what triggered needing this, other than a lobbyist, coming to us and saying, hey, contract with us, use our services, we could do you that. Like, I guess for me, I need to see the why we need it, because I still have concerns about the other membership fees that we're paying, in which I think that a lot of those membership fees should be bringing to us, hey, you can apply for this, hey, you can do this, or if we had a specific project. For example, if I'm not mistaken, the community center, I think that there was a lobbyist used to help get more funds. So for me, I quite frankly don't see, I think we need to be exhausting all our resources before we come to this. And so at this time, I'm not going to be supporting this.
So, thank you for that. So I'm interested in, so the request for proposals really sound like it's designed to see who's out there,
Yes.
who's interested in what the market would bear. And this is not obligating you to move either way, but it's to see what the market would bear, because I don't know what the market would bear. My issue would be for a lobbyist. And mind you, in my line of work, I've worked with hundreds of lobbyists, my time as a staffer in the state legislature. My question would be for the lobbyists to bring in projects and money over and above, one, what we're already entitled to.
Right.
Because some projects you're entitled to, there's an allocation or what have you, and if you meet the criteria, you meet the criteria, and you may need a consultant to help with the paperwork, depending on how, complex the paperwork is or what have you. But to me, that is not really lobby work. That's more of a consultant work, those type of things, because these are monies that you are entitled to, especially if you meet the criteria. Where a lobbyist come in is if you have to, quote unquote, I'm just saying, wrestle for the money, right? You go and you shake the trees, you hold strategic meetings or what have you, you, for lack of a better word, outmaneuver other folks that's vying for the same pot of money or what have you, especially if it's discretionary, money or what have you. It may require, the person to not only meet, it may require some testifying at committee meetings or hearings or what have you. That's the activity of a lobbyist. Sometimes what happens, you get these lobbyists that they don't really lobby per se. They just basically find the money that if you had the staff had time to do it, would find that same money or what have you. I want to make sure that's not the case here, because that's not really what a lobbyist is supposed to be for. You're supposed to be, at the end of the day, should be able to say, if it was not for that lobbyist efforts, we would not have received X amount of dollars on that project or what have you. Or because of that lobbyist efforts, we received way over or above what the so-called quote-unquote allocation would be or what have you, because the lobbyist sold a project, sold whoever the powers that be on the value of that project or what have you, and then granted the money to us. So that's what I'm looking for in a lobbyist. I want to make sure that that's the case here. Otherwise, we're just hiring a consultant and not a lobbyist. And a consultant we would hire on a case-by-case, project base more so than a lobbyist. A lobbyist is up in Sacramento, in this case, D.C. I would imagine this would be a D.C. lobbyist?
Yes.
Right? You're hearing things that's coming down the line,
Yeah.
right? For lack of a better word, I'm going to say inside legislative trading, right? That's coming down the line. So then you position your clients, right, to be in a position to take advantage of this proposal when they hit the grill, right? And so you're ready. That's the kind of person I'm looking for if I go with this. But I'm okay with looking to see what the market would bear, which is what this request for proposal would do, but not committing myself to hiring, a lobbyist until we shake that stuff out.
Mr. Mayor, if I could add, on page 6 of the draft proposal, it does have a list of the scope of services that mentions exactly what it is that you're mentioning, where they would assist the city develop and implement strategies for what we would like for them to look for. It also talks about how they would advocate on our issues directly with them based on whatever our strategy or goals are, present to City Council collaboratively about what's out there, whether it's funding or services. There's a list of items that I included in here, and I tried to be all-inclusive, but again, if there's something else that you see that is not here, I can absolutely add it so that they could provide us a cost for that.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Any other? Yes, ma'am.
I just had a couple of questions. Again, I don't believe that just going out for RFP and seeing what is out there and what services are there does not constitute that that we're going for this or not. It is really a fact-finding mission at this point. And number two, I also agree that when doing so, we should be doing, as Mr. City Attorney mentioned, for the remainder of this year and seeing what the whole year, the following year would look like, so that we had an idea. But again, it's just to see what things that we could catch by having an individual, because in the past, it has worked very well for the city for quite some time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Nope.
If not, I'll go with staff recommendation to do the RFP, just to see what's out there.
Okay, the motion's been made by
I'll
Kearney
second
that we
it.
go with staff recommendation to issue an RFP, and second by Hoffman Gorman. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, will the council please vote?
For item number 11A, the motion passes with Mayor Pro Tem Suarez voting no.
Thank you. Next item, 11B.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. So this is the American Rescue Plan Act Shop Local Rebate Incentive Program. This was requested by Mayor Pullen Miles. So, as I said earlier, there's 7.7 million of ARPA funding was received. This report I show 7.5 million because the vehicle was not in here yet. So we have 161,000 available, and staff is recommending to put 100,000 towards this program. The way we structured the program is to allow residents to fill out a form and get a rebate in $50 increments up to $500 per resident. We have a form that we created that they would fill out, fill that in, submit it to us in finance. We would review it, make sure they're residents, make sure it's a local business that they shopped from, and provide the receipts. And once we get that verified, a check would be issued in $50 increments up to a maximum of 500. We're saying that it'd be open to residents and also to contractors that buy from these big supply houses, because we do have a lot of that business as well. So I think that'd be very helpful. There were a couple things that we decided to exclude, and it's all on the form. Basically, fuel, alcohol, tobacco, and sales tax would not qualify for the program. But other than that, restaurants, local stores, everything else would qualify. And so recommendation is that council approve this program and budget 100,000 from the ARPA funds into this, and we take it from there, and finance will get it going. And I'm open to any questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that report. Yeah, I do have one, not really a correction, but what I want to point out here. But let me say this first. The idea behind this was when the councilman, I think it was Quavers, basically said a little earlier about ARPA funds being used for residents. And that's exactly what this program is designed to give residents that want to engage or have to engage in home improvements, or they could be building from top to the bottom, a little sense of relief. And at the same time, incentivize residents to actually buy Lawndale, the home improvement projects here in the city of Lawndale. So it's a win-win for the residents because they get potential up to $500 rebate. It's a win-win, of course, for the business because, the residents would patronize the local business here. And, of course, it's a win-win for the city because we, in turn, get the sales tax that may otherwise could have went outside the city. And I think that's the spirit of the ARPA funds, this program. I would point out one thing I want to point out when it says on the staff report, the paragraph 1 under staff review. I'm sorry. It said the program will refund Lawndale residents and/or contractors that shop local up to $500 in rebates in $50 increments. I want to add that although it says contractors, this contractors, let me see, I made a note on the actual form. It said contractors that's doing projects in Lawndale. So it's not really designed for a contractor, and let's say you just happen to have your business happen to be in Lawndale, your contractor, but you have a project outside of Lawndale, right?
Mm-hmm.
The rebate wouldn't go to that contractor because the Lawndale resident is not benefiting from that. The whole idea is for the Lawndale residents to benefit from it.
Okay, we can add that to the make
So,
sure it's.
yeah, so on the form, instead of saying contractors working in Lawndale, because that sounds like if your business is in Lawndale, you can say, I am working in Lawndale because my business is in Lawndale. But the intent is that the contractor is doing a project in Lawndale.
Okay.
Right, and so they're buying it, the material, what have you, so the contractor would then get the rebate of relief, and hopefully that would lower their, the end price to the consumer. And then, of course, the consumer, meaning the homeowner, of course, if they go directly and they buy themselves directly, of course, that goes without saying, that part. So I just want to make that clarification.
Yeah, we'll make that change to the form and make sure it's clear.
And that's all it is. Anyone have any questions? Okay, I have, let's go with Suarez first.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. No, I think it's a great idea. I didn't know that we were making requests for programs. It would have been nice, because I know Councilmember Cuevas had mentioned she really wanted something to go towards the residents, so it would have been nice to have discussed, maybe as a body, what we would have liked to see, but this is good. And I had a question about, because to me, I'm just trying to understand if a resident goes and spends $50 here and then $50 somewhere else, is it cumulative, or is it just a one-time thing where you get the $50?
It's $50, but then up to $500. So it could be at
10
different
trips.
places. It could be 50 here, 50 there, and then they can turn all that in. But then cumulative, it'll be 500 in total for that resident.
Okay, deadline for submission. So you could essentially go through your shopping list and go to Sprouts and, spend, $100 here, $100 there until you reach the 500. I mean,
Yes.
granted, I'd imagine that the funds would go pretty quickly, but.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you could go to Sprouts, you can go out to eat, whatever, and then you can turn all those in. It'll be in $50 increments.
Of course, that's an analogy. Because,
Yeah.
those are not home improvement items, it's Sprouts. But
Or home improvement,
Well, for
whatever
resident.
it is. So
For
yes.
resident, yeah.
no, the residents will have to go to like Cooks,
Westwood Builders.
Westwood Builders.
Or how about
I love you.
automotive
I thought they
shop?
said restaurants.
Are lucky.
It's for residents, it's open to all local businesces within the city.
Yeah,
that
so
is-
they could-
All
so
local
my-
businesses are being helped, and not just
Yeah.
Wait a minute,
hardware.
but if it's a home, it still have to be home improvement though. If your restaurant got some home improvement, items in there you can sell, then
I mean,
yeah,
Okay, so
that's fine.
the way I didn't limit it to just home improvement. I said for residents, it's anywhere they shop within the city, but then for contractors, it's for the home improvement purchases that.
No, I don't
So,
think that's the.
if you wanna change
the
it, we can
spirit
go
of it,
ahead and
Because why,
change it.
why would you need to get $50 off of Starbucks? This is not, what ARPA money is not really, that's not really in the spirit of ARPA money. But if you're doing a home improvement and you need to buy some cabinets,
Mhm.
yeah, there you go. Or some, or whatever constitutes home improvements.
Okay.
That's why we're saying like Cooks,
Yeah,
Westwood Builders, Lucky Glass, those kind of
that new
places.
plumbing place over there on 156, Condon.
Could it also apply to, say, if they wanted to improve their front lawn with plants? Would that be
That could-
considered also
I
at
think
the
that's a home improvement.
gardening centers? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that was the
So if you
confusion.
want, we can change it to where it's home
It
improvement
have to
only.
be all home improvement related.
Okay.
Like-
Home improvement related. Okay, what that they're purchasing within the city
Yeah.
from like the Cooks or.
Right.
Okay, I'll make those changes and we'll get that update to its home improvement only.
So it has to be spent at a local business. So they can't say, hey, I want to make a home improvement. Can I, submit the $40 permit that the city to improve my fence.
No, we're not going to do
That has to be a
improvements
business.
either.
So the receipt, I
Once
mean,
again-
they did a home improvement, that was part of the cost.
So it'll be from home improvement within the city's businesses. yes.
Because remember, the ideal is so the businesses can benefit as well.
Yes.
Right, and then we get the sales tax from the business.
Okay, we'll make those changes and get the forms updated, but that's what we'll go with.
I think, Wavis, you still up?
I'm still up.
Yeah, 3, yeah.
Are you done, Bernadette?
Yeah, I'll let you speak.
My question was that about, I don't want them to go to a restaurant and spend $500 with 10 family members, and so, the home improvement, I'm good with it. My thing is contractors, because they're gonna be the first one to jump on this. I think first we need to see which residents take advantage of this, and if there's funds left over, give it to our contractors. These funds should be for our residents, not someone that's gonna come and build my fence.
But we can do that, but remember, the contractor is the contractor of the residents. The resident has hired this contractor to do work.
Correct, but I could go to the glass company and buy something that doesn't belong to, that's not going to my house. Let's say Pat is my contractor. He goes and buys something here in the city of Lawndale, but he won't be using it at my house. How do we make sure that Pat is using whatever he buys
See what you're saying?
at my house?
Because when you go for the rebate, remember you're going to purchase first, then you're going to seek your rebate. It should be something, I'm not sure if it's spelled out here, to show that you use that material.
And that you
on
have a permit.
project A. Well,
That you have a city
that's-
permit.
It's the resident,
that
it's
part
the
is obvious, but
resident
that's a
that's
different-
asking for the money, not the contractor.
No, according to this, the contractor could come and request the refund.
Well, maybe.
So a lot of contractors are gonna jump on this,
Maybe it
and
needs to
then-
be rewritten.
So
that
the
it's not the
contractor's gonna,
contractor,
the
so
contractor's gonna come, right? They're gonna have a client that's / customer / resident in the city. They're gonna purchase, remember, they're purchasing this
from Lawndale.
material
Yeah.
from Lawndale. They're gonna submit their expenses to the homeowner, because the homeowner is actually the one that's paying for it. They're just buying it for them, right? So that rebate is gonna come, I mean, they can work that out between the contractor and the homeowner. In terms of the rebate, it's still gonna be a rebate, so the rebate should be, like, for instance, $500. Since the homeowner is buying in the end is actually buying the material, the homeowners still should get the rebate, although the contractor is their agent.
So then this will need
No.
to, the verbiage will need to change, because the way I read it is, he's my contractor, he's gonna turn in my documents, and he's gonna get the money. I don't have to pay him, because he's gonna get the refund.
Right, I see what you're saying. No,
That's
that
how
should
I'm
go-
reading
That should
it.
go, unless the homeowner want to rebate it back to the contractor, that's a whole relationship
Right.
thing.
But-
But yeah, the ideal is for the homeowner to have that relief.
Okay, so the homeowner
That
gets the
rebate.
bill, or Pat gives me the bill, I come to the city with his bill showing that he bought XYZ,
Yeah.
and then I get the funds, not the contractor. Is that how?
That's correct.
Okay.
But I will
Go to
raise
the
your
resident.
thing $50, so I'll make sure I buy $50.
Yeah.
Well, that's the whole thing, is my whole thing is contractors are gonna jump on this faster than a resident.
But they're going to have a client. The resident is going to be the
The client is
client.
the one that has to turn it in.
You know what I mean? I
But-
see what you're saying, but their client is going to be the resident.
I mean, I'm not against the contractors, I'm
No.
just from,
But I see
knowing,
what you're saying. If their client, remember, our contractors have a client.
correct.
Right, so if their client was outside of the city, that's one issue, but their client is gonna be a resident. That's why I wanted to say they got a project in Lawndale.
Who's
You know what I mean?
getting the funds, the client or the contractor? Because the way I read it, the contractor is getting the funds. not the
Right,
client.
I understand what you're saying, but the residents should get the funds.
Okay,
Unless
so-
the residents decide they want to give it to the contractor in their agreement,
Right.
which they can do. you know.
But maybe we should word it
Yeah,
a little bit different, because what I'm reading here is, where contractor could come and collect
But the
$500
yeah, maybe we can't word it, make it clear. The bottom line is the rebate belongs to the homeowner.
to the resident.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line. So make it clear that,
Yes.
and then
if we
whatever the
can make it
homeowner
clear.
work out, that's just like anything else.
Right.
Okay, so the rebate will be to the homeowner.
Yes.
Because I mean, I had it wide open really.
No, no,
But if the rebate goes, so I can change it up so that the rebate will go to the homeowner, and then they can do. Okay, we'll make those changes.
Very good. Okay. Oh, I already did mine.
I still
I
have.
think this, oh, okay.
Yeah, I still had
Suarez.
some questions, and part of it dealt with the contractor part, because sometimes what they do is they don't necessarily have the homeowner submit the receipts. They just give them a full out, proposal, and it includes that they'll buy the cost, because sometimes they have relationships with the business owners to actually get cheaper material since they're buying in bulk. But it sounds like we're limiting it to just the homeowner. I had a question about the expiration of the ARPA funds, because in the event, which I don't think is going to be the case, but you never know, what happens if it actually doesn't get spent? How much time do we have, if it doesn't get spent between June 30th, 2025?
Yeah.
So because otherwise we'll lose them.
So the ARPA funds, just to go over, need to be appropriated by end of this December 2024, and then we have until December of 2026 to spend it.
Okay, so there's plenty of time.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we have plenty of time to
Okay.
get it spent, and I think with this, all of it is budgeted and appropriated, and we have contracts in place. So I think most of it is accounted for already, and then we have 2 years from December 24 to spend it.
Yeah.
So we put a timeline of this through June 30, 25, just to keep it within fiscal years, but if it lasts that long, we can extend it. If not, then it'll be over, whichever comes first, I guess.
Okay, and, so we made the clarification that the resident is actually going to get the rebate and not the contractor.
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So,
Any other discussion on this?
If not, I'll make a motion to go with the changes, that only residents get the rebate.
I'll second it.
Yeah. Okay.
So the motion's been made by Pat Kearney and seconded by Pullen Miles that we approve the ARPA Shop Local Rebate Incentive Program.
With changes.
With changes, yep. Any discussion on the motion?
Are we able to see the final paperwork before it gets put out there?
Yeah, we'll see it, yeah. They should show that to us before it's put out there.
Mayor, council, we can send a copy of the updated form to the council for your review. Any comments?
All right, thank you. Okay, would the council please vote? Who seconded? Okay.
For item number 11B, the motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. Okay. Item number CA, public notification policy of transparency of contractors / developers. It's really more developers than contractors, but same thing. Developers. Okay, developers. Who want to give this report?
Mayor, council, I'll take it.
Then I'll-
So this item was requested to be put on by the mayor. We're bringing it forward for consideration to ask the Community Development Department to add on, look into adding on a notification, contractors that are hired on by residents, and they're kind of like a transparency. If they have any complaints from the Contractor State License Board. I did follow up with staff. We're looking into it with the County of Los Angeles. Since we adopt their requirements, they may already have something similar on their building applications. So basically, we're looking at doing that with bringing something back for the council to entertain, where we add it onto the building permit. So the public is notified concerning potential transparency issues or violations of contractor state licensing laws.
I can't
Thank you
give
for
you
that.
a house no more, sorry.
So what this does, it simply adds a box pretty much on your permits application, similar to when you go to a dentist, doctor, any professional has an occupancy license. You can go on the website and find if there's been any complaints or any actions towards their license. Let's take an attorney, for instance. You can tell if they've had any disciplinary actions taken against them, or what have you, been on suspension, or what have you, which is something you should do before you hire an attorney, and by the way. You can also find that out from your doctors, what have you, if there's been any, issues or what have you. And you can find it out in some cases for contractors as well through the state licensing, contractors licensing board. You can go and you can do the search, or you can call your legislator and they may look it up for you or what have you. But unfortunately, a lot of people don't know that that's available, what have you. They may not know what they're getting into in terms of a developer. And this is not just a developer for someone's going to do some home improvement or what have you, but this could be, and that's a contract, but it can also be a developer that's coming, that's developing a whole project, in town, whether it's, housing units or a supermarket or what have you, right? What this just does, it has them to check a box. It basically asks, have there been any, and I'm just paraphrasing it, we'll decide what it's going to actually read. Have there been any adverse complaints or what have you, right? Totally a consumer transparency issue. Some of the matters, depending on what it is, it's like I said, it's right there if people know how to look at it. And it doesn't go into what the issue is or what have you, but at least gives the person that's reviewing the permits, whether it's a homeowner or a business owner that's hired a contractor, to say, oh, okay, I see, according to this, they're good. But according to this, they check the box. I wonder what that was about, right? And then can dive into it deeper if they choose to, through whatever agency is the regulatory, authority, the state contractors licensing board, or whomever may be the issue. That's simply what this does. Now, we're not asking to adopt a policy tonight. We're asking that the staff look into the issue, bring back maybe some models or what have you for consideration. I know the city of Carson adopted a similar ordinance or resolution, whatever it happens to be, whatever form it happens to be in, as well as the city of Gardena. And so that's what I'm looking for tonight. Let's have Councilwoman Suarez.
Sorry, I put my mic on. I guess when I saw the agenda, it's helpful if when council members bring requests that we get a little bit of background, because then that helps me say, oh, can you make sure to include this in it? Can you make sure to include this? It gives me time to develop my thoughts as to what, I don't see anything wrong with, exposing, but I just have questions about, what they're checking the box and what that means. Yeah. Does it mean a complaint's been filed, or does it mean it actually went through court? And because people can make complaints all day, but, has it been substantiated? That was my question. So I just kind of want to understand what we're asking here.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask when if we give the directions to the staff to look into those issues. My thought would be, of course, as you're absolutely right, anyone can make a complaint. So you want to have, things that has been, some type of action rather than just simply the complaint. Yeah, it was, and they looked into it, they found whatever. But if someone simply made a complaint and it was not founded or anything like that, I don't think that should be necessarily disclosed. Because once again, it's going to be the box, right? And then it's up to the people to take a deeper dive, but you only want to have stuff of substance there, not, someone made a complaint, I don't know what it was about or whatever, and it didn't go anywhere, whatever. Okay, then that's not what we're not looking at that, looking for that. So if it is a box on there, you can, when you look it up, it's going to have probably some substantial, some type of findings, like someone made a complaint and the board determined A, B, and C. Not because it's a moot point if someone made a complaint and then the board made the findings that it was, and they was exonerated, then it would be a moot point just to have it on there, in terms of like disclosure. But I take your point there that it should be not just complaints, but complaints that's being, looked into. Like you got a dentist, it's not going to have just people just complain because the person was a dentist. It's going to say, oh, the person complained, and we looked into it, and we found that that procedure wasn't correct, what have you. Yep. Yes, ma'am.
The sample is what Sean was saying is what the county is using.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That would be a
Have-
good place to
Yeah.
start.
And we, look at theirs and also look at the two cities that's also counties. So I don't know if they mirror theirs off of the county or what, Gardena and Carson. Cuevas.
My understanding of this little checkbox is for those that have legal action taken against them, such as labor,
Or administrative.
administrative
It
action,
may not
not
be, it could be administrative.
not because Rhonda complains. The city is not involved. It's more for the homeowner. If they see that checkout box, they have to do the research. The city is not going to revoke a permit or anything like that. It's more of, they had issues with the labor board or with permitting, or someone file a big claim against them.
No, I get that part. But I also, always like to have, the full facts of, how is this going to impact? Is this going to impact, anyone can make an accusation against me, and say, oh, Burnett did this, and this. But, I just wanted to make sure, that, okay, were those claims substantiated? Was it investigated? Was it determined by, a disinterested party that, this claim was in fact true? I just, want to make sure it's not just saying, have claims been made against you and whatnot, because, people can say stuff all day, but,
And
So-
the contractor doesn't need to check it off either. It's up to them to.
So they could, are you saying lie?
So that'll be explained to the contractor that what we're looking for, we're not looking for just complaints. We're looking for, if you're a contractor and we go on the state contractors licensing board and we find A, B, and C, that's what we're looking for. If we, looking for you to respond to, I should say. But if something else is on there because somebody complained and nothing came of it, whether it's true or not, or whatever, and they made a complaint, we're not looking for that. We're not asking you to check the box because of that.
So you're saying developers or contractors?
Well, they're one and the same, developers and contractors, yeah. Okay.
So what are we looking for here?
We're looking to direct the staff to look into this issue and to bring back some models and some recommendations and stuff we can look forward to, then put it on the subsequent
Do you need
agenda.
a vote or a consensus?
What do we need, Mr. Attorney? We can do a consensus on this? Okay.
I'm good with it.
Okay, without any objection, we'll do it by consensus and we'll direct the staff.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Take care of that, bring it back.
Thank you. Okay. What time is it? Oh, it's 10 o'clock. It's past my bedtime.
I've been better.
All right, the next item on the agenda is a closed session?
No.
No, we got one more? What was
Mayor,
it?
council members.
Gotta go, now we gotta go down here and then go back up? Okay, let's from Cuevas.
All right, here we go. Since our last
Didn't say that
meeting,
on here.
I attended the Contract Cities Board of Director meeting where Councilmember Kearney and I were recognized for completing our LA County Sheriff Department 2024 Contract City Council Academy.
Ooh, look at that.
Big old title.
That's a big old title.
Big old title.
Look at that.
On 8/22, I attended the City of Hawthorne State of the City. It was well attended. Let's see. On 8/24, I attended Maxine Waters Post Office Town Hall meeting. There were 3 post office executives hearing about the issues that our residents are having or South Bay residents are having with the post office. So hopefully they could hear us on their concerns, or hopefully they were paying attention of the concerns, because it was supposed to be, I believe, an hour and a half, and I left 2.5 hours into the town hall, and they were still a big line of complaints. On 9/14, I attended the 11th annual Blues Festival. I want to thank staff for a great event, like always. Staff went all the way out there and put a great event. But I also want to thank the volunteers. This year I've noticed that we've had more volunteers than previous years. So thank you to those volunteers. Michael, I was told that the electrical boxes, there's 2 themes, pirates and the history of Lawndale. How did we come up with those?
I have no idea. That's not, they were told they could, anything they want. I know there's one member of the committee who's been more difficult than the others, and she keeps repeating that, but we've told that person it's wide open. You can have any design you want. We told them that history of Lawndale was a good suggestion, but they're not bound by it.
But their understanding is that the city council requested that.
And that's been explained to them, that's not the case. So that person who said that to you, I'm just guessing is who I think it is, because one of the members is. So, but repeatedly by myself, by Letty, by the staff that assists the Beautification Committee have said that is not the case. That was a suggestion. If you want to do a history of Lawndale in the boxes, you can. If you want to make it spaceships and surfers, that's fine too, whatever you want to do. Okay. So that was reiterated to the group and to that individual one. So that one is repeating that is incorrect.
And how did they decide which designers or who did the presentation? Because I thought we were going to try to get the community involved.
The community
plus
was involved.
the school district, and it's not happening that way.
Well, they reached out to a number of local artists, and they did have presentations presented by the artists who would come in and show samples of their work. But they, again, were given whatever direction they wanted to go in terms of design. So they called in artists that they wanted to call in. I think the schools were contacted, but I don't know if they provided anybody that was... In fact, I think one of the artists is a student. I think it's a 17-year-old or something.
So local artists, it's not like a big artist. It's just a resident that likes to draw.
We had several residents that do art in their spare time, and they submitted entries. Others were from outside of Lawndale, so they saw many different selections. I showed some of the samples to Sean. I know the committee is eager to show them to the council, but the holdup was, as we said, it's hard to get quorum. So there was 2 of the last 4 meetings were canceled because we didn't have a quorum. So that's been the slowdown, really.
You just said there's some artists that are from outside Lawndale.
Yeah, I believe so.
Are we not getting enough artists from Lawndale to... Because I wouldn't want someone from Palos Verdes to design my box. I would rather have a local Lawndalian to be the artist of my box across the street.
Sure, and some of the artists that came in and presented were local residents that also do art, and they're not professional artists, but they do art. It really came down to who the ladies wanted, or the members wanted to choose. So, but there was no restrictions on what they could do, anything that they wanted to do. They could have had photography was also a consideration if they wanted to, because everything that we're going to put onto the box, we decided that it's wiser to not paint the box directly, but actually to do a piece of art and then have it put onto a wrap. The wrap would be on the box to preserve it longer.
Were they given direction that it had to be someone from Lawndale, or that
was also suggested to them, but we gave them free rein on who they choose to go with. But as I said, there was a number of submissions were from Lawndale residents. Also, it's the quality. There are some really good artists that are not in Lawndale, and there are some artists that are not as good that are from Lawndale, maybe. So, art is very subjective. But we gave them free rein to choose who they wanted to choose, and they did choose some from Lawndale, and that one member was told multiple times that you're not bound by any restrictions. Those are just suggestions from the council.
Okay. Thank you. I do want to see if we could get something on the agenda for the staffing of the parks. It has to be staff. And I know we already did the budget, but if we're finding funds for other things, we should be able to find funds for staffing the parks.
Mayor, Council will have an item on next agenda.
Thank you. Let's see. My next thing would be, hold on, I have too many little notes here. I would like to see something in the agenda to discuss the incentivizing the residents to participate in the beautification cleanup week. Something, maybe not next agenda, but the following, but I do want the beautification committee to start growing again. It's dying. I mean, I think that if we don't do something this year, we might not have a committee next year. So we need to work with them and see what we could help them with. Also, based on the residents' oral communication, I would like to request a review of the city manager, if possible. That will be all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hoffman Gorman, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I attended the California Contract Cities Legislative Committee meeting, and I also attended on the same day the Contract Cities Board of Directors dinner and meeting that was hosted by the LA County Sheriffs. They did a fabulous job up at the I can't say the word, arbitrarium, where all the peacocks live, and it was absolutely beautiful, a nice evening. I also attended the Hawthorne State of the City address. And I attended the fall education workshop by California Contract Cities. That was a 2-day event that was very good. Lots of information about upcoming. I enjoyed this segment with the Senate bills and the Assembly bills and what was coming at us and the education on that part. I also attended the Legislative Committee meeting on September 11th and also Neighborhood Watch that same evening. And I just have to say, I'm really proud of the Sheriff's Department and the city for putting on the Neighborhood Watch. We are growing that thing really well, and I have to tell you, and I have to applaud both the city and the Sheriff's Department for taking the time to listen to our residents and their concerns. We're growing big enough that we're expanding outside the door. What I would like to see is that in the future, we schedule them consistently on the same evening of the week and maybe even have 2 to 3 meetings posted out so that residents have an idea when they're coming. Even though we did just as much this month as far as advertising, what I heard from several people is, oh, I didn't hear that it was that night. So my suggestion is maybe we consider a banner or something across maybe Hawthorne Boulevard. The word needs to get out that Neighborhood Watch is in fact active, and I'm impressed with as much as where our residents are speaking and they're being heard. Also, I attended the Blues Festival. Bravo. Oh, I don't see him. He left. Okay. Great job by our city staff all the way around. fun event. Car show was great. I liked a couple of the changes that they did this year. I liked the fact that we had a little food area back there with tables. Absolutely a good idea. I would say this, we were very fortunate this year that it wasn't a very hot year. I think in future years, we really, if we're going to put out tables like that for our food vendors, that we may consider getting some awnings or something so that they could be shaded. That's all I have to say on what I have done lately. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Peck.
Okay, I have a few things. I also attended the Fall Summit. It was in Oceanside, right across, you walked across the beach, street to go to the beach. It was nice. I attended the Lobby Trust and Oversight Committee. We are finally taking some of these cases to court instead of paying out. Mayor Pro Tem and I attended the local travel ad hoc meeting as well attended. I attended the LA County West Vector Control District, the bug people. And I did attend the Blues Festival. And today I attended the Senior Special September lunch. And with that, I'll pass it on.
Okay. Bernadette Suarez. Ms. Suarez.
Thank you. As Councilmember Kearney mentioned, I did attend the Local Travel Network Subcommittee, so that should be coming forward to the council soon. And last month, I attended the South Bay City's Council of Government Board of Directors meeting. Unfortunately, I was under the weather the past week, so I was unable to attend these great events, but looking forward to them next year. And with that, I'll pass it along. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I attended, these are not in any order. The Blues Festival. The Blues Festival was outstanding this year. I liked the new setup or the layout. Was a great layout. That was great. And I do take your point about doing the shade. It just happened to be a cool year, you know, this time around, but usually it's blazing, you know, hot. So, but it was a very nice program. Nice crowd. I was hoping for maybe a little bigger crowd. Maybe we can think of some more ways to promote it. But the crowd was a little lighter than I thought it would be. But it was a nice program either way. And the South Bay Locals Car Club brought out some really nice cars. Classic. They always add a nice touch to the festival. I want to thank, of course, the staff and our new director, Jason. This was his first blues festival, and he got through it. Right? He made it through it, and he did a great job. He and his staff, and I want to thank them for that, as well as the volunteers and the vendors. And who? Mike who? Okay, and Mike Estes for his help as well. I mentioned the South Bay Locals Car Clubs. Okay, I also attended the Neighborhood Watch meeting, and yes, that meeting is definitely growing and got some good participants, a good robust discussion with the residents and our folks at the Sheriff's Department, so that was good. I also attended the the annual Labor Day parade in Wilmington with all the labor unions and all those who are fighting for the rights of workers, gather on Labor Day to have hot dogs, right, fun, and also talk about the importance of protecting workers and workers' rights. And so that was a great event, and it was very hot that day. So that was good. I attended also the Hawthorne State of the City, and I attended the Congresswoman Maxine Waters' town hall meeting on the Postal Service. The good news of that is the Lawndale Post Office, it might have been mentioned like an honorary, it's not honorary, but you know.
It hasn't, it wasn't as bad as
A little
the
mention.
other post office.
Yeah, it wasn't nearly as bad, and they were not exaggerating because the one in Hawthorne I used to frequent had to stop frequenting that one, and the one in when I worked in Inglewood, I know all about that Inglewood one that they were speaking of. I haven't had too many issues with the Lawndale one. The only issue I've had with Lawndale is one time I went there, and they closed the door 5 minutes before, and as I was arriving, the guy was locking the door. You know they have two entrances. So I ran to the other entrance, and to his surprise, I was in the lobby, right? And a woman was followed behind me. So we were both in the lobby before, it's like maybe 3 minutes before it's time to close, and the clerk insisted that they were closed, and we were not moving. we held our ground until they serviced us, and that was my only gripe. But that line was so long, I didn't want to get in that long line to add to it. Another gripe, you know, plus it's Lawndale. You know, I don't want to gripe about Lawndale, you know, post office. But that was my only concern, you know, with them by closing. I'm sure that probably wasn't their first time doing that. And the last thing I would say, I also went to the Contract Cities meeting slash dinner at that place with the Peacocks Laboratory, yeah. And that was good. And that's all I want to report. Okay, we're almost there. It's 10:30. Okay, with that, we have a closed session, and then we'll come back to adjourn. I'm going to ask the city attorney to give us a provision of the closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council's going into closed session under Government Code Section 54956.9D3, which allows the council to meet to talk about existing facts and circumstances and determine whether a future closed session is authorized pursuant to 54956.9D2. The determination would be that there's a significant threat of litigation against the city. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I will have a long list or ask questions.
No problem. Thank you.
Next time I have double pages.
All right. Do it. I went as long as it could be.
Okay, we have returned from closed session. I'm going to ask the city attorney to give us a report of the closed session and make note that Mayor Pro Tem Bernadette Suarez will not be joining us for the remainder of the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council did meet in closed session to discuss the existing facts and circumstances. Direction was given, but no reportable action was taken. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I forget, I need to find the little script about when we meet again.
Over something.
It's in 3 weeks, I know that.
I don't remember either. I put my
Oh,
book
you know
away.
what?
I put my book away.
I took my, oh, maybe it says it on here. All right, give me a second. Oh, it does say it on here, okay. The next regularly scheduled meeting of the City Council will be held at 6:30 p.m. on Monday, October 7th, 2024, in the Lawndale City Hall Council Chambers. It is now 11:12, and we are adjourned.
Now Tuesday morning.
Almost.